Let's save this file or else I'll forget. Execute. Today's date is 10. Okay. So now the new topic is exceptional handling, and let's see what happens in exceptional handling. So, um, when we try to run a code, and if there is a problem as in like if if compiler is compiling there are two types of problems actually. One is during compilation time, right? So for compilation time, as in like if I have like an incorrect syntax, so my compiler will compile this code on the real time and it will say, okay, I don't understand what this word means. So because the syntax is wrong. So this is like during compile time. So uh, your compiler is trying to understand, what is the problem. So this happens during your compile time. But exceptions are something uh, which will kind of ask your compiler to stop the execution. So your compiler will be running your code. So there are two types of exceptions. So first one is checked exception, and the second one is called unchecked exception. So we'll see checked exceptions first, or let's start with unchecked, and then we'll move to checked exception. Um, so unchecked exceptions are those which are not identified by your compiler while compiling your program. So when I say compiling your program, which means like every time you write your code and your compiler will see that all the syntax are as perfect and there's no problem in the syntax. But while running the code, while you're running your Java program, there will be some instance which will cause issues. So one of those instance, let me show you first so that you understand. So one of the instance is like what happens if you try to divide a number like 10 by 0. What kind of, so what will happen? So let's see that. Control S. So this is one of the example where I'm trying to divide a number by 0. Okay. Kind of ignore all the other part in this program for now, but just focus on this part. So I have a program, simple program, where I have an integer variable called result, and it's storing the value of 10 divided by 0. So when you divide any number by 0, you see that there's a problem and there's an exception that 10 is like the division is not possible here. So that will make your compiler to stop the program and throw an error. So let's see how this happens. So you can see in this code, let me close all the other files first because we don't need them right now. Okay. So I have this code. This code has like zero error, as in like there's no error. These errors are only that I'm not using these variables or not utilizing these variables. So that's it. However, you're not seeing any error. So compilation is perfect. You can run this code and this code will execute. However, when you run the code, you see there's an exception which says, okay, that means your program has some problem and it has found something which Java cannot perform an operation on. So Java cannot do 10 by 10, or like any processor would not be able to do 10 divided by 0. And this is like problem. And hence this is called exceptional handling, which is done internally by the system where it's telling you the error. So it's telling the error type, which after executing the code, I see an exception in this. And the exception says that exception type is Java lang arithmetic exception. and it is divide by 0. So this is the problem of your code. So you have to fix this error in order for your program to execute successfully, right? So if I change this number 0 to number 1, then I can see that my code will run without any issues. So this is something called an exception. There are various types of exceptions, and all these are called unchecked exception. Unchecked exception means like your compiler will not find it while you're writing the code, but your JVM, while executing the same code, it will find it because your processor will not be able to process this, right? And if it ever finds an exception, it will stop your program from wherever the exception has triggered, and it will show it in your console. So that's what happened when we try to execute it. Okay. So there are various types of exceptions which are like predefined by Java, and they have it stored into a library, and we will see them all one by one. Um, so let's start with unchecked exceptions first. And the first which we checked was like arithmetic exceptions. When this exception occurs when there's any arithmetical operations involved. So this is 10 by 0 is one of the example. The next exception type would be null pointer exception. So this exception occur when you try to do any type of string operations which you should not be able, you should not be doing. So it's like if my string variable str is assigned with the value of null, that means my string variable is empty. And in the next sentence, I'm trying to find the length of the string. So if there's no string, I can't find the length of the string, right? So that's very like easy to to know. But how your compiler is not telling you that your string is null. Here you're seeing your string as null, so you can say that okay, it's null, so I should not be doing this. But like if you are writing a very big program where uh, your string variable comes from a file or comes from console, and in console you're not typing anything. So in during those time, string will have a value of null assigned, right? So if a null is assigned and you're trying to find the length of a null, which is impossible to know. If there's nothing, then finding the length of that nothing is impossible. So you will see a different kind of error that time. So I'll run this code now. I'm planning to check what kind of error it will show if I try to do this string of length of empty string. Right. So if I run the code, I see that again exception is triggered. Exception as in your program will stop to execute. At this point, there's a problem. Your program got stopped, and you in console you will see what is the problem. And the problem is null pointer exception, which means that cannot invoke string dot length because string is null. So for this string, so string is like one of an object which you're using for any string manipulation or anything. And this object has a length kind of a method which will find the length of this string variable. However, since there is no string or it's null, you can't do this operation, and hence you're getting this null pointer exception error. Okay, so this is one of the errors. So now we have seen arithmetic exception, we have seen null pointer. We will go ahead and see what are the different types of exceptions. So all these are like a very common exceptions which we see in real time. So we'll be seeing them. So we need to know what these exceptions are, the first thing. And next thing which we need to know is how do we handle this exception? So first we are focusing on what are the different types of exception, and then we will see how to handle these exceptions, right? Because at this point, if a exception is triggered, that means my program will not even execute this part. It will find the error here in JVM. So my Java virtual machine will find the error here, and it will stop the execution at this point. Okay. So now we'll go ahead and try to see what are the other types of exceptions. So next is number format exception. Okay, so now what happens is there's a string called ABC, and I'm trying to assign it to a number. So now how would that happen? Like if you're trying to assign a ABC to a number, it's not possible. So we will see that what kind of error we are getting. So since I'm trying to change a string into a number, it's not possible. You cannot do that. So you will get error as number format exception. So you can't do this, right? But however, like when do we need this? Like imagine if it is 20 and then if I run it, then it should work fine. As in like because 20 is a number and I'm trying to change 20 into a number, integer number. So we will be learning about this part today. Uh, it is right, I think right after this, uh, when we are learning collections. Before that, we'll be learning a wrapper class. In while learning that, I will explain about how do you convert a string into an integer and things like that. So we'll learn about that later. But however, right now we are with exceptions and we should concentrate there. So exception, if you try to convert a string into a number, uh, then it's not possible because it's a string. So the error which we will see is called number format exception error, which you're seeing here. It's called number format exception. And if this kind of error is seen in your system, then you would know, okay, you have like a very big program where you're seeing the error for not executing your code is like number format exception error. So you know that you're trying to convert or like trying to store some different values into a number. So that will kind of trigger number format exception error. So this is one of the form of error. And the final, which we will be discussing today, is out of bound exception error. This you would have faced it by now. If you haven't, then maybe in future you will face it. But this error is like occurs most of the time. If you have any arrays which is not properly defined, or if you're trying to access a value in array which is not present. So let's suppose an example. This is an array of variable or data type integer, and it has three elements. So 0, 1, and 2, right? Three elements only. But what if by mistake I try to access the fourth element which is not even present? So in those cases, you will get an error called out of bound exception. Again, all these exceptions, you can see that your program is compiled successfully. There's no error at all. But when you try to run your code, you see an error. That means all these are like unchecked by your compiler. However, your JVM cannot find a solution for this line. So it is trying to store a value which does not exist, and hence you get an error of array index out of bound exception. Out of bound meaning like your array is trying to receive or like retrieve a value beyond this array variable, or like array or yeah array of this integer type. So it's trying to access one element, or like three. Even if you put like 7 or 8, it all means the same. You're trying to access something which is not even defined. So if it is 0, 1, and second position, so third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth is not defined. So you won't be able to access them. And hence, if something like this happens in your program, then you will face array index out of bound exception. Okay. So this happens a lot in the real time, uh, and hence we should know, okay, array index out of bound exception has triggered. You should know that, okay, in my program there is some place which is using array and trying to access something which is beyond the assigned value. So this is how you should think. If there's an exception error you see in your console. Okay. So these are like different types of checked exceptions. Oh, sorry, unchecked exception. I'm so sorry. These are different types of unchecked exception. Now we'll be moving towards the checked exceptions and what are those types of and what are they? And then we will see on how to handle these exceptions. Now you know that there are all these different types of exceptions, both unchecked and checked. And then we will see how to handle each of them. But before even we go there, I want you all to practice this part, or like practice all these unchecked exception in your system so that you're all aware of what these mean. So I'll write a quick system dot out dot println and try to display the values. Display value result, and this is len, and this is none. The final is value. Okay, I'll have this all on. So I'll be giving this part of the code, but let me remove all the all the comments so that you can try it in your own system. I'll give 2 minutes for you to practice this also. And so make sure that you first trigger all these errors and then try to get rid of them. So you have to practice both on how to get this error, and then you need to know how to fix this error. So to fix this error, you can just write ABC, and then it will fix the error. So you have to know how to create this error and also how to get rid of them. Okay, we'll find one more error, and then how to fix them is here. Write 20, and how to fix this error is to create a class and then copy paste this part, which has all the information on different types of unchecked exception. Please practice this in like 1 minute. It's not a difficult code, it's an easy code, so I won't be giving a lot of time. So make sure you practice this part. And let me know once done. Is it done? Okay, perfect. So I hope when you guys said done, you have triggered all these 4 different types of errors and fixed them by running this, by uncommenting the second line and commenting the first one. Okay. So now let's go into the notes. Let me write a quick note. The Java exceptions, or like exception handling. So first we can say is exception is an abnormal condition, and when we say an exception occurs, we can say that exception is an event that disrupts the normal flow. And we know there are two types of exception. The first one is unchecked. Second is checked. So we know that unchecked exception, uh, so easily we can say exceptions which are not checked by the compiler, or you can say compiler won't be able to detect this. And this is triggered at the runtime. Example of this is here we have arithmetic, null, number, and arrow. Okay, so these are the four types of an example. We have seen it with the help of code also, what each of them mean and how to get rid of each of them. Okay, so now let's move on to the next topic, which is checked exception. So by the word, we know that checked exception will be like opposite of unchecked, which is, so these exceptions will be checked by compiler, and we can say that if we have checked exception, that means code is not compiled. As in, like, if there's any kind of checked exception present in your system, your when we say a code is compiled, as in like your class will be class, your Java file will get converted into a class file, but if it is not compiled, as in like you will not have like a class file created. Okay, so let's see some example of checked exception. I have three examples with me. Let's see them all one by one. Go to my code. Check exception is done. Now we have unchecked exception. Okay. Oh, sorry. Unchecked is done. Now we have to do check. Okay, the first one is thread.sleep. What is thread.sleep? So let me give you an example. Tell you what thread is. Thread is required when you're trying to run um, or like concept of thread came into place when there was parallel execution happening. It's like parallel execution is like you're trying to execute one code uh, in like multiple screens, I would say. You can say as multiple screen for future, but imagine of a code and you can run those code like 10 times at the same time. Right now, when you see main, you do in any main class. Let me take as an example of this class. This unchecked, okay. So while running this program, you see that every line will be executed one after the other. So it's called like sequential execution. But parallel, there's something called parallel execution, where same part of the code is executed in different threads. Okay. So in those things you need where you have parallel execution. So one part of the code will be executed in like different threads, as in like different windows. You can think it of as like a different window, but they call it like thread. So in that, while you're running your code in threads or like in parallel, then you need something called thread.sleep. That means there that instance of the or like since there is like three instance of code running, right? So let me show it in a picture way. So imagine that there are three instance. One is thread one, thread two, and thread three. Okay. So if you want this to stop for a while, then you will do this, then you will write this thread.sleep, and then you will mention how many seconds you want it to sleep. So for 1 second, you have to enter 1000, which is like 1000 milliseconds. So this this syntax will make this thread to sleep, as in like there won't be any execution happen for like 1 second after this thread.sleep command is executed, right? So if you don't have try and catch block or like exceptional handling, your compiler will throw an error. So let's see what the error is. So like, see, you have this thread. So all this explanation about thread I gave is just to just for you to know what this line means. Again, you don't have to know everything about parallel execution at this point. You should just know that there is something called thread, which is used for parallel execution. And if you have sleep, that means your current thread which is being executed will sleep for like 1 second. Okay. If you keep your cursor on this line, you see it says unhandled exception type, right? It says unhandled exception, and then it gives type as interrupted exception. So this is one of the exceptions which could occur if you try to add a thread sleep, right? So this is one of the exception which happens. And these are like checked, as in like even if you save your program, you see there's a cross mark, there's a cross, which means there's an error. Your Java file cannot be compiled until this error is gone. Okay, so that is the meaning of this. And these are called like checked exception. And this occurs while you're trying to do or while you're trying to make a thread to sleep. So this is one of the example. Now let's move to the next one, which is input output exception. This happens generally when you're using a file writer. File writer is again used to write output to the file called output.txt. So what this will do is if you have a file already created, that's fine. If you don't have it, your Java will create this file for you, and then you can write like hello world and close the file. We will see in our next class on what are different ways to access or read from a file, write into a file, read from an Excel, write into an Excel. So those things we will be seeing with Selenium together. So I'm not explaining much on that, but to see how these exceptions occur, if we are trying to write into a file, and if it is not covered in try and catch block, you will see this error. So we will be going through try and catch block right after this topic of checked exception, on how to overcome these exceptions. So we will see that. But for now, we are seeing how what causes these exceptions to trigger. So you have a file writer, and you will see input output exceptions because you have not added a try and catch block. So we will see more about try and catch block. But however, I wanted to show these errors. So if you have this file writer, which is like, it will create a file and then it will write whatever you want to write in it. If this is not covered in try and catch block, this error will be occurred. And the exception says input output exception. So this is one of the exceptions. And again, you can't save your program. I mean, like, you can save your program, but you can't compile your program because there's an error here. So you have to get rid of these errors in order to compile your program. So I'll comment it for now to see one more checked exception, which is file not found exception. Again, this is one of the type of exception where I'm trying to open a file and then read from the file. So if the file does not exist in the location what I have mentioned here, that means I'll get this error. So if I go to my scanner, I will get this error as like file not found exception. So in order to get rid of this exception, you have to first put it into try and catch block. What happens at this point is, then even though you have this error, it will still be caught under this exceptional handling. Okay, so these are like the few of example of what are different types of checked exception and how do you see them. So if you don't have the file mentioned anywhere, then this kind of error and exception will occur. Now let's see how to handle these exceptions. Okay, I'll make a note of different types of um, checked exceptions which we have seen. So we have seen three types of checked exception. Let me copy code from here. I think I should give you guys this code so that you can have it in future if you want to refer it. You can refer to see or learn more on what these things are. Let me just, or like just to see how these exceptions look. I'll give this code to you. So this is my main code. I'm giving it to you now. You can try it on your system. I mean, you just have to copy paste, and if you keep the cursor on wherever you see this cross mark, you will see those exceptions. So let me know once this is done. Meanwhile, I'll add all these points on the note as well. Interrupted exception. Finally is an exception. Okay, so I mentioned all the three types of exception here. If you want to see it, if you can put it into a main method, and you will see all these errors. Perfect. So now you know there are exceptions which could occur. The next topic would be Java exception handling. Okay. which means that you already have seen different types of checked and unchecked exceptions, but now you need to learn how to handle these exceptions. As in, like, you can catch these exceptions, and then um, what are the different operations which you could do, or like different ways you could display things. Um, and also, like, since exception occur, when exception occur, your program stops from execution. So now we are trying to handle these exceptions in such a way that your code would throw these exceptions but still keep executing the other part of the code. So we'll see those things now. I hope everything is good so far. We are following through exceptions and what exceptions are, and then we are moving ahead with
Please, can I share my screen?
sorry.
Please, can I share my screen? I wanted to
Oh,
like
yes,
show you.
sure.
Maybe see the errors. I don't know. Maybe I'm not.
Yeah.
I can't share. Please, can you let me
Yeah,
share?
you can share now.
Okay. Let's share for the.
Can you try to share now?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, can you see my screen? Yeah, can you see my screen?
Main. You always forget to add main. How will your file know that it has to execute this?
Oh,
You didn't add public static void main.
shit.
You have to
Can
add it at the first. I didn't give that part because
yeah.
now we
Thank you.
yeah, you have
Thank
to
you,
add it
Bob.
the very
Yeah.
first second line. Add it on line number 6. Line number sorry 5. Line number 5 you see in space, yeah. Add public static void main and then string an argument in a bracket.
Let me just
Copy it from
find
anywhere else, yeah.
it.
Go no, not here. Go to some other, yes, this one. Yeah, you can copy this complete line. Yeah. And now you will see those exception. Go down. Okay, you need to add one more closing flower bracket at line number 33. Line number 33.
Okay.
Add one more. Yes, please. Perfect. So those errors are gone.
But still on time.
Okay. Yeah, those errors are right there because you're trying to create those exception. So if you keep your cursor in file writer, um, don't import. If you import, oh yeah, you can import file writer, but yeah, import the file writer. I think I didn't give you the importing part. Let me give you the importing part as well. You need to import those things because those are like the driver file you need. So if you click on file, it will ask you to import, and then you can just click on the import part. No, 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 not that. Like in the program itself, you see file writer line number 18, yeah. Click on that. Yeah, click on the first one. Correct. Double click. Yes. It's not doing anything.
Yeah. I'll just
If you
oh
double click it, it will not import it. Oh, it will do
yeah.
it. Yeah. Go down, go to the file and do the same thing. Yeah, double click again.
No, not doing anything.
Okay, no, it's doing. If you go to line number 1, go to line number 1, you see it's adding these import
Okay.
statement. When you're trying to do that, it's adding this import statement.
Okay.
Okay, but however, the problem is you're not seeing any exception for some reason. Can you save your file? Control S, save. or yeah, anything. You can save your.
Yeah, for scanner also he needs to import.
Okay, then import scanner also. Yeah.
Yeah, then he can save it.
Yeah, and then save your file. So, yeah, double click. So every time you import something, you will go to
Yeah,
your first.
now you can see everything.
Yeah, so see all these will be added.
Okay.
Yeah, and then you'll see exceptions, and then again one more exception. Okay,
Okay.
perfect. So your all these imports you have to be very sure of that it's present. If you don't see them, you can add them. There's no harm adding those imports, and it will do it for yourself by itself. Like Java is smart to do that.
Hmm. Guess I still have a lot to learn on Java. Thank you.
No worries, no worries.
Yes.
Okay, now let me screen share. Yeah, so now we saw different types of exception, and let's see how to handle them. Okay. So now there's some keywords which we will learn. It's called try, catch, and then we have finally, and last one would be throws. So we have all these different types of keywords which we'll be using to handle exception. So the first thing which we will learn is try, catch, block. Okay, and let's see what this does. So with the help of this try and catch, right, what you do is whatever you think might have an error. Okay, so let's close these two and go to try try and catch exception. Okay, so now I have all these different files only because I'm keeping them separate so that you can, and when I try to share my package or classes, then anytime you want to, if you have any confusion and you want to go and see what is what, you can always refer to any of these files. That's why I have like lots of files present here. But in general, all the concepts in all these many files are the same. So don't get confused when you see a lot of files. It does not mean that there is all these number of topics. It's a single topic, but since I'm just trying to create like a different file for each and every explanation. So this one right now we are trying to do what we are trying to learn is like try catch block. So what happens here is when when your compiler comes to this part, and even if it finds any exceptions which are being occurred here by these two lines, right, what your compiler will do is like it will look for the exceptional handling. So whatever you mention in your catch, the catch will try to handle those exceptions. So uh, for null pointer exception, what we are doing is in catch we are trying to add a type of exception here. And this one says, okay, this one tells compiler, okay, be prepared. You are kind of running these two sentence or like these two expressions. And while executing this, you might come across a null pointer exception. And if you come across null pointer exception, don't panic, let me know. So this is how the execution happens. So when it comes to the try, so whatever you want a compiler to be aware of, that these are the sentences which could potentially cause an issue. So what you will do is you will try to put them in a try block. Okay, so inside try flower brackets you will add those lines, and after adding, when your compiler is compiling and if it finds any issue, it would go to the next part, which is catch. So in catch it will try to find if the exception what it has triggered, are you handling them? So that means like, yes, we are telling that, okay, if null pointer exception is occurred, we know that it might occur. So if in case this occurs, make sure you come to this point and you do your system dot out dot println and display this message. So you write your own message in this case. So let me execute this code and then we'll see what happens. Okay. So we see the error message here is this, and it is giving you a very clear message of what it is, what the error is. Okay, so this is, and this is like a customized message. So I can write my message here, as in like you see, it says error message is, and then EE. Okay, so there's a syntax which we have to follow. We have to, in catch, you have to mention the exception name and then your object. So you can name it as E, E1, E2, it's up to you. But whatever you name here, make sure that you use the same object to pass. Okay, so if I save this, if I run this code, you see that now your error message is very clear. You know that a message is an error is triggered and what the error is. So it will say the error is null pointer exception um, and what is causing this exception. So everything it will display here, right? However, there's one change now. When we used to run without this try and catch block in an unchecked expression, we saw that like if arithmetic exception is triggered at this point at line number 8 and 9, you can see that your program will stop executing at this 8 line number 8 and it will come out. So let's see, let me run this code for time being. You see at line number 8 your program was halted and it didn't even display line number 9. It just came out of this program completely. But with the help of try and catch or like exceptional handling, you can see whatever code is present after. So let me take this part of the code and add it here for now. So let me write it here. So that means my execution of the code didn't stop, right? That's what it means. So I have the error triggered. So error got triggered and error got caught and my execution kept on going. So that's called exceptional handling and like error handling. So even if there's an error, we are telling program that, okay, this error, we already know that this error might occur. If it occurs, no worries, keep executing my code. And then you can see the rest of the code is executed. Okay, so this is using single try and catch block. You're trying to catch one of the exception. We'll be seeing different types of exception, but again, exceptional handling, the concept is going to be the same. It's like there could be an exception which could occur, and I'm going to handle it. And how do you handle it? Using catch, and this is like a syntax which you can say. Uh, where you're trying to handle one type of exception. So this is one. So I want everyone to execute this part of the code. Try to understand what this code is. Um, and let me know if there's any problem. So this is a single null pointer exception, right? When your string tries to count or like the length function tries to find a length of a null string, then you get this null pointer exception. Okay.
Shrikant, may I
Yeah,
ask a question?
yeah, go ahead.
So what is the point of, I mean, why are we using try catch? Because if we know what the exception is, like suppose I know that I've written null there,
Mm-hmm.
then why do I have to catch it? I can just change the null to a string.
Yeah, but if you, this is for exception. So you, right now you know, that's what I'm saying. Right now you
Okay.
know the string is null.
Mm-hmm.
But what if, imagine that I was taking this string from a user, right? Like a buffer reader, and
Okay.
user didn't mention the string. So let me take an example. As in, like, what if you don't know
Mm-hmm.
if string has a value or not? In those scenarios, then your
Mm-hmm.
program will stop your execution at this point. It won't run the rest of the code. But if you have this handled, that means your execution of the rest of the code will still occur, and it will display, okay, your length was not determined because of null pointer exception. So that's the main reason. Right now you're seeing it here, so
Mm-hmm.
uh,
Yeah.
you're saying that I can change this line. But what if you're taking it from a user, like user
Mm-hmm.
inputs a string and then you try to do that? Then it won't work.
Okay, so how would we know when the exception may occur?
That's why you're adding it here, that
Mhm.
you preventing yourself from going into the scenario where an exception would occur. This is like handling those exceptions, because these exceptions will stop your program, right? So at the end of the day, you don't want your program to stop in
Stop.
between. You want it to complete the execution. It should do the rest of the things. Uh,
Mhm.
and it should let you know that, okay, these are the exceptions which could happen.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the only reason.
Mhm.
And these exceptions would not happen like in a general scenario. It would only happen like if someone didn't follow instruction of your coding style and things like that. So in those cases, this exception handling is
Okay.
required, or else your program will not execute. No one would know how to get rid of it, or like, I mean,
Okay.
people will know how to get rid of it because they will see the error and they know what this error means.
Mhm.
But this is one of the practices which we follow.
Okay. So I'm thinking of like a scenario where, for example, a user may enter in a wrong username or a wrong format of something. So maybe that's a scenario where it could be caught, I guess.
Yes, those things will be caught. So, like, imagine if there's a um, number format exception. You're trying to tell user to enter a number
Mhm.
in a string format, so maybe 10000, and you're trying to do some integer operation on it, but
Mhm.
user entered ABC. So in those cases, like, you will have number format exception error,
Mhm.
which will be triggered, and you can have your own customized way of telling these errors, right? That is also one of the reason.
Okay.
Yeah. So all these are like different reasons why
Mhm.
try and catch
Uh,
is used. And this is mostly used in real time.
okay.
Yeah.
Inside the catch, inside the brackets, you wrote null pointer exception. Is that the format that we have to use, or that can be
Yeah,
changed?
but I mean
Mhm.
there will be different types of exceptions which you will be adding here, or like
Mhm.
exception by itself. And that I'll be explaining in some time. So you will know
Okay.
like what are different types of catch things which you can do.
Okay.
So yeah, wait for like some time before, and then you will know
Okay.
what are different types of things. You can put it in this catch, and all those will be caught here.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Sure.
Yes.
About that, like, what if you don't know the type of exception? Is there a way to just
Yes.
catch?
So if you don't know any type of exception, there is a general exceptions which is called just exception.
Okay.
So and if you just write just exception, it will be handled by itself. Trying to find out where is that example which I have. Okay. If you don't have exception, yeah, or what is the spelling for this one? Exception, exception. Okay. So if this is just generic, let me get rid of it. Okay. Then I can handle it using just exception. That means it will handle all various types. Okay. But let's go step by step, not go there directly. Looks like everyone is fast now, which is good. It's nice that you guys are coming up with questions. I feel good about it. But yes, so we can handle all the exceptions with the help of the word called exceptions. But if you exception, what happened to this now? CPTIO exception. Okay, so you can handle all these exceptions by just the word exception. But if you know what type of exception this could lead to, then you can add them. So those are like different types. Okay, so this is null pointer exception. Similarly, if I want to catch anything which is of arithmetic exception, I will use this block of code. So now since we all know what is arithmetic exception or how it can be caused when you're trying to divide a number by like 10 or things like that. So that will trigger arithmetic exception and it will be caught here. Similarly, number format, again the same thing. So same code. I'm just adding all these code into something called try and catch block. And now you know why we need this try and catch block and what each and everything about this try and catch block will do. So I explained 4 unchecked exceptions, and I have kind of put them all into a try and catch block. And then, yeah, I've put them all into a try and catch block and have specified all different types of exceptions which it has to catch. Okay, so now I'll run the code and you will see a lot of difference here. I'm executing the code. You can see after execution, all my 4 try and catch block got executed. So first one got executed. It is telling me that null pointer exception was found. Then it executed this line. So which means my compiler is executing or like my JVM is executing the complete code. It's not stopping. If there's an exception it occurred, it told, okay, I got this exception. You should know about this exception. And then I kept executing my code and then I kept going down. So you see my execution of all these try and catch block was done. Okay, so is there any question in this part? Like how to handle an exception? I think I'm pretty clear here. So I'll give this code. I want all of you to practice this part. And I'm specifically mentioning each and every exception here because you need to know that you can handle them all with the name of these exception. So it's good to know these exception values and then you can pass it along. So let me give this part of the code. And I want everyone to run this code. So I want, Adi, once you run this code, I want you to let me know. If you could run this code and you see this result, okay? I've sent the code. I want you all to write it. And meanwhile, I'll update your nodes with the same thing. So try block. The try block will have all the Java code, which might throw an exception. And you must all know that try and catch block are on statement level. Try block must be applied on statement level. I'll explain the meaning of statement level in some time. And we need to know the syntax. Every try block is followed by either a catch block or finally. We will be seeing finally in some time because I said that we'll be going across try, catch, finally, and throws. So try should be followed by catch and then or finally. So we'll be seeing more about finally in some time. And try catch can be used with both checked and unchecked exception. We have already saw example of unchecked, but now we'll be seeing some example of checked exceptions also. And let me explain about catch block. So catch will only be executed if exception occurs in the try block. If exception does not occur, then catch will not be executed. Okay. Are we done? Did you guys finish executing this code? Okay. I'm waiting for Addy for this one because I want him to be done. Okay.
Yeah,
Perfect.
done. Yeah.
Done. Okay. You could execute it this time properly by adding all the main methods and everything.
Yes.
Perfect. Very good. Okay. So one more thing which I wanted to let you know is catch block can have okay, again, when we say try and catch block, I've mentioned a point in my notes saying that try block must be applied on statement level. Statement level, the reason behind this is like you can't try and catch on this level, as in like methods or on class, you can't add this try. So you have to make sure this try and catch block is added to the statements only. You can add it to any methods anywhere, but make sure that it is on statement level. You should not do this on um, methods or class level. Okay, so it should be on statements. So you should have only statements present inside them. You can't have like classes present in the methods present inside them. So that is one. And next is you can have, this is like a block of code. So like how here you have two statements, I can have here multiple number of statements. So this is like a block. It's not just one line. So I can even write my name is Shrikant, and then I can also write one more line. So whatever I can write like the code. Uh, Not just, I can do anything here. It's not just print out. So we are learning Java. Let me do one more thing. I can also do this. Okay. So if this exception occurs, this entire block will be executed. So don't think of it as like just one statement. You can add whatever you feel like in the cat. So if there's an exception which occurs here, if there's an exception which occurs, it will try to find what kind of exception it is. If it matches this exception, then it will execute everything what it finds inside this catch block. Okay, so catch block can be defined by you. You can display the error message as E1, what error message it has to display. Even if you don't want to display that error message, which is fine, you can display your own set of the code. Okay, so this is the meaning of it. I hope we all know now what is the meaning of block. When we say block, it means um, it can have lots and lots of lot number of lines of code. Okay, I hope we have no confusion up until now. Everything is clear, and we'll move to the next topic, which is So we have already discovered exceptional handling problems. Without this catch, exception in thread main solution by exception handling. Okay, so we have already discovered how an exception is caused and how do you handle them with try and catch. Now we will see multiple catch. Okay, so first thing is done. Now let's see multiple catch. Right, and single catch. Okay. And example is from here. Okay, I've added this here. Now we'll see try multi or multiple catch blocks. I see. So now we will try to see multi-catch. What happens in multi-catch is like in our previous example, we had different try and different catch block, different try and catch block for each and every type of an exception. Now, what if we want to uh, say that we want to write catch blocks, like separate catch blocks for each and every exception, but inside just one try. I don't want many tries like how we had in our previous example. So like in previous example, we had a try block for null pointer, we had try block for arithmetic, we had try block for string. So instead of having like too many tries, I can combine all this into single try. Okay. So that's what I'm doing here. So what I'm trying to do is like in single try, I'll add all my code and then I will say that, okay, earlier we just had one kind of exception. So we added it in one catch, but now we are saying, okay, since we added like all different types of exceptions, which could happen in the try, now we are kind of trying to catch them explicitly with different catch blocks. So what it means is like if null pointer exception is caused from your program, it will go to this part of the catch and it will execute this part of the catch, right? And some other uh, if some other expression is caught, it will go to, if arithmetic expression is caught, it will go to this one, and arithmetic exception will, or like the block will be executed. Similarly, if a number format exception is caused, this part of the catch block will be executed, and so on. So this is one way of writing or like catching an exception where you write your complete code in one try catch block and you can handle them separately uh, here through through it through lots of or like multiple catch block. Okay, so now let's execute this code and see what happens. So I have the same example which we were using before, which is null pointer exception. Let me write it here. Yeah, and I'll run the code and I see null pointer exception being triggered and it'll explain the rest of the code. Now I can also uncomment this part where I'm having this arithmetic exception. I'll run the code and I'll see what happens. Oh, since the null pointer was caught earlier, it will come out of this try block. So yeah, any exception, if there's any exception which occurs, it will try to find that reason of that exception and it will come out of that try block. So in order to see arithmetic exception, I might have to comment this part first. and then run this. So now arithmetic exception is caused and it is kind of handled with the help of this block. Similarly, if we comment this and on comment number exception part, try to run the code, and now I'll see number exception. So it's just single try block which has like different expression which could cause different types of exception, and I'm handling them all with the help of specifically mentioned catch blocks, right? And then it will, after your try block is executed, try and catch blocks are executed, it will go and resume your code, and hence we are seeing this system out dot println and rest of the code written in case of all the different types of um, or like after each and every exception is handled. Okay, any questions on this one? On multiple catch block with single try? Also, right. I want to see if this gets accessed before others. I'm just trying something to see if this is accessed before. Okay, out of bound exception. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so you can have multiple catch blocks, as many as you want, and based on the error, that part of the catch block will be executed. So I'll be sharing this code now, and you can try it out on your system as well. Let me know if there's any problem understanding these concepts, because this is most widely used concept, and also they ask on interview or again interview.
Yeah, Shri, only one doubt.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So instead of giving multiple catch,
Mm-hmm.
so um, we can give only the one catch with the exception.
Correct. Yeah, you can
In
give
the
that.
try block, so we can give all kind of different exception statements, like statements code like with the array index out of bound, if you uncomment all those things and use only the exception part in the catch.
Correct.
So
Yeah. This will handle everything. This will handle
we'll
all.
handle it.
Yep.
Yeah,
It will handle all the types. But
all.
I was just giving this example so that everyone knows
Yeah, yeah,
you can add
yeah.
different types and everything. But yeah, if you have this exception, it will handle all these types. You don't
All
have,
these types of
yeah, you don't have to specifically mention anything.
okay,
It will do all the work.
all the work. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Shri.
Mm. Okay, so I have shared the code. Please do execute that. It's very important. And meanwhile, I'll see if there's anything to be written down in the notes. So I'll have multiple try catch blocks. I'll just mention this part.
So Shrikant,
Yeah.
after executing this code that you just gave,
Mhm.
why only the out array index out of bound exception was shown and not the others?
No, because the others are commented.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. Cheryl is getting all creative in her head. She's like, she wants a lot of exceptions. Okay, so multiple catch. I think it, as the name says, multiple catch, it's very easy to understand the concept. So I'll not provide more explanation on it. Going to the next topic. Okay, finally. Try, catch, and finally. Okay, this is very interesting. This is most commonly used. Are we done? Did everyone execute? If I give a code, then it's directly assumed that I need some answers of this code was executed or not. I want everyone to just, as soon as you guys execute, I want you to say yes, done, something. And this also helps my brain keep everyone in track, like, okay, if everyone is following or not. So please do this. Okay, finally. Okay. Code throws an exception. Okay, now before going to the next topic, let me show one thing from here, from the notes. Okay. I needed this point. Can you all see this flowchart? I mean this flowchart here. Is it clear or not visible?
Yes.
It's
Yes,
clear.
it's visible here.
Oh, okay, perfect. Okay, so now we know that try block is there, and if there's an exception which happens, then your JVM executes everything from the catch block. Okay. Now there's something called finally. Finally is something which will always be executed. So you will have try block, you will have catch block, and then you will have finally block. So finally block will always be executed no matter what. So why do we need this finally block? So uh, if you try, if you are trying to let's take a scenario where you're doing some operations with files. Okay, files is like um, you're opening a file, you're doing some operation as in like you're trying to enter something into the file or receive something from or like get some information from the file and do some operations. And while doing these operations, if you get an exception, right? If you get some exception, you will handle those exceptions in your catch block. However, since the file is open, now it's your responsibility to close those files. And in order to protect yourself from memory leak or like file corruption or something like that. So in those cases, you need like final block. What final block will do is like you will have final block is executed no matter what. So even if there's an exception or problem which occurs in your try block, your catch block is executed, but in finally, it will do the things of like closing the files and things like that. So that's where finally is required, or like you want to execute some part of code, um, even if exception is occurred or not. So in those cases, finally block is used, and finally part of code should be used, or like the block should be used, where you're trying to close a file, save a file, and things like that. So no matter what, your exception is there or not there, finally will always get executed. Okay, so uh, the that is the concept of try catch finally. You have try block with all the statements. Your JVM will execute it. If it finds some exception, it will go to the catch block. But if it does not find exceptions, it will execute everything in the final block. Yeah, and if it finds exception, it will execute everything from catch block, and then it will go and execute everything from the final block. So final block is always executed. Okay, so this is the concept. We will try to go through this concept using an example. Let's see where it is. Okay, so explanation is very clear. I'll just copy the explanation from the notes here. All this executed, blocks is already with the exception handling, final workshop. So we have 3 cases here. Okay, we'll be discussing about all the cases. The first one is if exception doesn't occur. So as per my explanation, can someone tell me what would happen like if exception does not occur? Like in your try, if an exception does not occur, what all will be executed? Just explain, just not with example. So what all will be executed? So everything in try will be executed. And what else?
Everything in the Java finally block as well.
Okay. Everything in finally block will be executed. Perfect. Thanks, Alex. So if exception does not occur, everything in try block will be executed and everything will in finally block will be executed. Similarly, if exceptions occurs and not handled. So you have an exception which is not handled in your catch block. What do you think will be, what all will be executed? So try will be executed in all the scenarios. So exceptions occurred and it's not handled. What all will be executed?
Yeah, finally will be executed.
Yeah, perfect. Because the catch is kind of not, it can't handle your exception. That's why. It does not have it. Like imagine you want to catch array index out of bound exception, but you have not mentioned it here. You have mentioned only arithmetic and number. In those cases, how will it know how to handle it? So in that cases, it will not execute your catch block, it will execute your final, try and final. And the third case is exception occurs and is handled. So now what all will be executed? So your try will be executed for sure. What will be the next one?
Catch.
Yes, perfect. So your catch will be executed and then
Finally.
yeah. Looks like my brain was fast this time. Yeah, and finally will be executed. Okay, perfect. So now we'll be seeing all these 3 concepts with the help of code. Okay, so let's see that.
Yeah, Shri, I have one doubt.
Yeah,
So can we use try without catch?
can we
Or
try without catch?
yeah,
Let,
only with try and finally?
with try and finally. It's a good question. I think I
Yeah.
have to try that. With
Yeah, because we have mentioned in the second scenario, we didn't have a catch without handling the exception. So is there a syntax that we have to use the try with the catch or finally or only with try?
we will see if we can do something without catch. I think catch is always required. I've never seen a scenario where catch is.
Yeah,
What I
yeah.
meant to say is like, uh, when you so let me show them this example. So you have single catch here. Where is it? Okay, single catch, and it's going to show you
Mhm.
out of bound, but I will write this. So it's the error which it will catch is array out of bound, but I'm asking it to catch like number format. So you see there's an exceptions which it does not know how to catch. So what will happen
Okay,
in that kind of scenario? So you see you get your error this way. So you
okay.
get that it
Array
is
index
not
out of exception.
yeah, in that scenario this would happen. Okay, so going back to I have created 3 programs. So first one which what are we learning in the first one, which is exception does not occur. So there's no exception. So finally, when no exception, finally with exception handle, finally with exceptions not handled. So yeah, this is the first one. Okay, so this is the part of the code where you have you have try, and in try you have an arithmetic expression 10 divided by 5, which is like completely true. That means your exceptions won't occur. That means your catch will not be executed and your finally will be executed, right? So let's run this code. So it's perfect. It's a very good scenario where everything is working fine, no exceptions at all. And you see division value is 2. So that means like your 10 was easily divided by 5 and the value was 2. And after execution of try, finally got executed. And in finally, whatever I've written, those things got executed. So I have currently done a system.out.println to display finally block is always executed. So this is the first scenario where you have no exceptions occurring, but still you have your exceptions mentioned and it's kind of running your finally block. So that is the first example. Second example would, I don't even have to go to a new thing. It's like if exception occurs. So here now, since it's divisible by 0, you see arithmetic exception is occurring and it has to execute catch plus it has to execute finally. So all the three things should be executed. If I run this code, yeah, you see it has executed, it has found this exception here in the try. It executed the finally part, which says error message is this. And sorry, it has executed the catch part, which says the error message is arithmetic exception slash by 0. And then it has executed the finally block, which says like finally block is always executed. So this is the second type. The third one, instead of creating a new code, or I'll use the same example what we used before. So if I don't handle this exception, what will happen? So I have not handled this exception. To 10 by 0 is an exception, and the exception which I've handled is null pointer, not arithmetic exception. So in that case, when I run my code, I can see that it's saying that finally block is executed, and it is saying the error what it has what the error is. So divisible by 0 is an error, but however your finally block is executed. So the emphasis on finally block will always be executed no matter if your exception is triggered or not triggered, or handled or not handled. Okay. So I'll revert these changes and then I'll give you all the three codes, and I want you all to practice all the three right now. So exceptions handled as in like 0. Okay, that's one. Arithmetic operation. Okay, so first we will be seeing, or like you can practice this part, which is finally with when no exceptions. So if there's no exceptions, what will your code do? So this is for that. Let me quickly send the code. I'll write it here. Finally, try catch finally, try catch finally with no exception. Okay, so this is the code for that. I'll also copy it in the notes. Second is exceptions occur but not handled. So I'll take this part of the code. And finally, with exceptions occur and handled. Okay. I've shared all the three part of the code. I want you all to practice them quickly, and we will be done with this topic. Your notes are also prepared, which is good. Do we have anything left here? Oh, we still have one more topic. Yes. Today the climate is so good. I'm getting too much sunlight in my room, and I kind of ignored that sunlight is falling on my laptop. My laptop is extremely hot now, kind of throwing flames. I've shut down the blinds. Now I think it should be fine. I hope it cools down soon. What is the weather like today?
So it's going to be around 12 in the afternoon.
Oh wow,
Yeah, it's kind of like a spring.
that's true. Wow, 12. Oh wow, today's peak is like 17,
Mm,
19.
oh,
Oh,
no, I think it's going to be around 12, yeah.
oh, 12.
In Hamilton, yeah. I know in Hamilton. And now it's 10.
Yeah, now here it's around 9, 10. I mean highest is 11, sorry. Highest is 11. Okay, that's also a good temperature. That's nice. Is anyone missing snow? I hope not.
Yeah.
You missing
Yeah,
snow?
I'm missing.
No, no,
Yeah,
I'm not missing. Yeah.
yeah, me too. I'm happy that it's less snow this year, or like no snow this year.
But I'm
Yeah.
afraid that the summer might be warmer, like hotter.
Oh
But
yeah, that's true. Even I'm scared of that part. There
Mm.
was one summer in 2020, I guess. It was so hot.
mhm.
The time
Yeah.
I would not stay, I could not stay out for like long. And if I ever go out, because the sun is so bright, I
Yeah.
would I would have lot of migraines, like lots and lot of migraines.
Mhm.
That was worse. I hope it's not the same this time. And yeah, let's see. This is global warming. But I'm
Yeah.
happy about the winters. The summer I can still survive. The winters tough to survive.
Yeah, it's good for us, but not for all the living things.
Yeah, that's true. It's not
Yeah.
good for all the living things. I think now I see a couple of geese also come back. They're like, now we can still do some hunting here in Canada rather than being in US. They kind of migrate before winter. They go to a warmer place. Like some of
Yeah.
the geese, they are coming back now.
Coming back now, yeah.
Yes. Okay, let's get back. Now we have one final topic for exception, which is, oh yeah, so all the topic which we have seen now was for unchecked exception, which is like in your so if the things which your compiler can't check and it gets found or like it's found during runtime. So now we will see some things which is throw, and in throws we'll be kind of mostly working with check exception. and this will be applied at method level. So the statement level was these, where you can only had all the statements inside the try block, but now we are trying to do, or like trying to go one step up, which is we will be adding these throws at method level. Okay, so how do we do that? Let's see one of the examples. So I hope we all still remember the three exceptions which we saw. The first one was thread.sleep. The second was file writer. And the third one was file not found exception. Okay. Oh, I didn't show an example where I handle these errors with the help of try and catch block. So let's see that one first, and then we will go to throws. Okay. Yeah, I kind of forgot to do that. Handling checked exception using try and catch block. I hope I already have a code, or else I'll write one. Dude, I keep opening this MySQL workbench because we are going to see how we connect your Eclipse with this MySQL. So that will be like last topic of our day. I hope. So now we are going to see checked exception throws. Okay. Checked exceptions. I think I don't have a new code for it, but it's inbuilt into this one. So what I mean is, if I want this to be handled, thread.sleep and all this. Can I do this? Oh yeah. Nice. Okay, so to handle these issues like of thread sleep, which was throwing error before, right? I had to just put them into a try catch block and say the exception, which is like interrupted exception for because we were getting interrupted exception. So now I've added it into a catch block and the error is gone. My code will be executed properly. Similarly, for this, I can also put them in try and catch block and my error will be gone. So let's see. So I take them away and since I have put them into try and catch block, the error which I was finding before is gone. I'll do the same thing with this one. So all the errors which were present are gone now. So with the help of try and catch block, you can get rid of both the types of exceptions, which are like checked and unchecked together. So for this one, there's nothing to execute at this point because we are file not found exception is triggered because these files are not present in my system, nor this file is present, nor there's any thread. So I don't even know if this can be true. Yeah, because there's no thread. I'm not doing threading or like doing parallel execution, but again, wherever you're using thread.sleep, your compiler will throw an error. To get rid of that error, you have to put them into try and catch block. Similarly, for input output extraction, like if you're using a file writer, you have to always put them into try and catch block, or else you'll have an issue. Similarly with file, the same thing. So if you're trying to use file to do anything with files, you might have to put them into try and catch block, or else you will not be able to work with those. So this is an example of like how to get rid of checked exceptions by just putting them into try and catch block. Okay. And now we will see throws and different examples of throws. So since I said like throws is go step by step. Okay. Control this. Okay. Since I said the throws is on method level. So this is the syntax. where you add a throws in your main or any method which you're writing. But right now, since I'm executing with my main and the error is triggered in this main, what I'm doing is I'm mentioning it here. We are saying that public static void main, and it throws an interrupted exception, which means that you don't have to write a specific try and catch block uh, to handle this exception. When you write throws interrupted exceptions here, which means that your compiler knows, okay, there could be this error which could be present. So it is handled here. You don't have to handle it separately. Okay, so this is one way of handling with the help of throws keyword. You don't have to use try and catch block. So similarly, I have written a code uh, for other exceptions as well, which is like input output exception. We see this is gone. The error which we would get for using file writer is kind of gone because we have handled it in the method level with the help of these throws. So if I run this code, might not do anything because this file is not present and I'm not doing anything with the object of this file being created. So that's fine. So this is the second type, and the third type which we said was file not found. So this is the third type of exception. Again, I don't need try and catch block. You see there's no error which is found. If I run file not found, exception is triggered, but yeah, file not found exception is triggered, but I don't know why this. Yeah, I think it has to be this way, but without this, let me see. If I don't have this, I see error here. That means my program is having an issue. But if I add this, that means I'm handling this exception. And if I run this code, if file is not found, I'll get this error. So these are like, this is a way of how to handle throws. Well, I can't uncomment any of this because I'm trying to add this interrupted and throws directly to the main method. And in one file, there can be only one main method. So you have to make sure that you comment and uncomment and execute or like go through different types of exception and how to handle them through your throws. Okay, I'll be sharing this code now. And I'll add it to this. Try at least one of them and make sure that you don't see those errors anymore, what you were seeing in exception on checked exception Java. So those errors has to be gone with the help of throws and interrupted. So make sure you test that and practice that concept. And by that, we'll be winding up exception again.
Yeah, Shri, can we throw multiple throws in the same method? Same multiple exceptions in the same.
Multiple exceptions. I think so, yes, but let me
Yeah.
check before I answer this question because I haven't tried multiple exception in
Yeah,
real
we
time.
can do it. Will
But we
come as
can do it, yeah. It
comma.
should be able to do. Yeah, if I do this, yeah, it should be
Yeah,
fine.
it'll work. Yeah, it'll
Yeah,
work.
okay. We can do multiple also. How do you get all these questions? I try to find all these questions, but you go one step above us. You have more questions. I feel like, okay, it is possible, but how?
Yeah, actually, we did a live project 3 months back from October to December. We did so I worked as automation.
Okay, that's why
There,
then you
so
kind of,
where we have used all these things. So
okay, that's why you know. Okay, I see, I see. But that's nice. You're kind of giving the class also, you know,
Yeah, they will come to the situation like
correct,
when
where
they
they
have
where
to
they
do
will,
this.
yeah, where they might have to handle
Yeah,
multiple
multiple. Yeah,
exceptions at one shot. Yes.
at once. Yeah. So
Yeah.
when we are reading the file,
Mm-hmm.
so that
Oh
time we
yeah,
will.
this would occur a lot.
Yeah.
That's true. I have in my experience, I've always worked with like single Excel files mostly, and
Mm-hmm.
to do that, I just needed one. I never had to have like another one, so it always worked for me. So it never needed. I never needed it. But yeah, there's high chance of like when you have multiple file and you have different types of exceptions which is occurring,
Yeah.
you can
Yeah.
handle it.
So when we are handling the file, maybe sometimes we need to give both the exception, IO exception and the
Yeah,
final for exception. There is a chance.
correct, correct. There's a high chance of that.
Yeah.
Correct. Okay, so did everyone practice this one or like at least try one of the exceptions? Since we have this, you can also make note of this one. Multiple exception. I'll put it into the notes also. All these are like very good interview questions because all these what do you say edge cases are will be
Yeah.
asked in interview. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. Multiple throws.
Shrikant, as part of this course, would we also be working on a project together and like trying to get like a hands-on experience on this?
No, I don't think so. But this part of the project, this part of the course is just to give the basics. I actually it was designed to give the basics and hands-on on not hands-on also like a little bit of hands-on on like Java and Selenium, but not a project way. No, I wish it
Okay.
was a project way,
Mhm.
but then that would make my life so tough because I had to come up with a project and then we all for that you need to be in this level where you understand complete Java and you understand complete Selenium and then we can go ahead and build a project. So I think this is the base thing. So once we've cleared this part, then we can go ahead and build a project of our own also. But no, I'm not doing it. Very difficult. Because when I teach, I think like I teach too much. Like I go into and depth and breadth of the topic. And with projects in this 9 weeks, it's very tough. Not possible in 9 weeks. If we had more time, maybe yes. Or not nine, I have 12 weeks, but still feeling it less. Okay, now our final topic of exceptional handling is this, what we have just discussed. So throws cannot find unchecked exception, the one which we discussed earlier, which is like arithmetic, null pointer, and things like that. Throws you can use to find checked exceptions, like file not open, file not found, IO exception, and we have one more. So these exceptions can be found with the help of throws. Throws can be applied to the method level, like we have seen. It was assigned to um, the void main. So this is method level, and you cannot use throws inside the method. Inside the method, as in like how you use try and catch block. So you can't do that. And for try and catch block, you can do checked exceptions, unchecked exceptions, both. You cannot have try and catch block in at method level. You have to just have like statement level. So which is like within the method. Okay. So this kind of a graph explains what we have learned and all the examples which we have done in this exceptional handling. Okay, let's take a quick 5-10 minutes break and then we'll come back to our very interesting topic called Java collection frameworks. But yeah, I want everyone's brain to be super fresh in order to learn all these very good and interesting topics. We will start with wrapper classes. Looks like very small, so yeah, let's go ahead and take a small break first. 12:40, 12:50 should be good. Yeah, 12:50 is good. Then we'll study for an hour and then we'll take the lunch break at 2. Okay? So see you all at 12:50. Sent. Okay, so the next topic we'll start with is wrapper classes. Let's see if I have already made. Okay, so this is done. Do I make a wrapper class? Okay. Yep. Okay. So wrapper classes. So we have seen few things called integer, short, long, in Boolean, and all these as like data types, right? And there are more. There are totally 8 types, right? I'm not, I'll list them in a while, but all these are like the data types, right? And they are called data types as in like primitive data types, and that is kind of defined by Java, okay? And that's like the base. So all these like in long Boolean, all these are called primitive data types. And now we have something called wrapper classes. What wrapper classes does it like it takes these values of integer, long, Boolean, and things like that and converts these values into an object. Okay. And we will see on how the conversion is done and like what are the wrapper classes for each one of it. So we will start with wrapper classes. So wrapper in Java are classes that encapsulate primitive data types within an object. So with the help of wrapper classes, with help of wrapper classes, we can say that encapsulate primitive data type within an object. So with the help of we will know or like it provides a way to treat primitive data types as object So in Java, we have total of 8 wrapper classes, one for each primitive data type. So I'll take these off because I'll be mentioning it down, primitive data type. Wrapper classes and primitive data types. So byte is the wrapper class, and it wraps in and wraps a byte value. Similarly, we have short, and it wraps a short value. Similarly, we have integer, long, float, double, and boolean. I'm not writing them all. We copy paste it. So there are integer, long, float, double, character, and boolean. So all these are like the wrapper classes. So what it does is it kind of converts your primitive data type as in like small byte, like b by t. So this is your primitive data type, what you have learned while we were starting to learn Java. So all these are your um, primitive data types which were given by Java, and then you're putting them into a wrapper class. Why? Because you can treat these things as a object, and you can treat them as an object as you can pass them from one place to another and things like that. And you can have like you can do various operations on them. So we will be seeing like how to do operations or how to convert from a byte as in primitive data type into a wrapper class byte, and how to change integer value to string or like string to an integer and things like that. So those things are possible with the help of wrapper classes, and we will be seeing them. So when do we use it? So we use it when you need to work with objects of primitive types, such as dealing with collections. We'll be learning about collections now. And then generics is one of the way on how to initialize an object and pass values to it, or method that accepts object. Okay, so now let's see one of the Java code to understand whatever I'm saying here on how to do it, like how to do each and everything. So I have one code written here. So let's start with a very easy example, which is imagine you have a so all these are your primitive data types, right? It's integer. You're naming your integer variable with the name primitive int, and you're storing a value of 10 in it. So similarly double, similarly character, and similarly boolean. So you all know what these are because you have already worked on all these data types for a while now, right? But however, now the things which we are going to learn in future would not be able to operate on these as a data type. So they need a wrapper class, as in like all these data types will be treated as an object in future. So we will see them how it is used. So one of the example is wrapper classes is so all this data type now I want to convert it into an object. So how I would do that? So the example is here. So the first example is I'm trying to take this integer. Integer is my wrapper class. So this is like the syntax. So you have to, if you want to create an integer value, then you have to make sure that object or like the wrapper class of integer is present here. You can name an object of whatever you feel like. I have mentioned as wrapped int for now. And this is again the syntax which is used. So what you're trying to do is trying to find the integer dot value of this primitive integer. So you're just converting this integer into an object of integer uh, with the help of these two lines. Okay. Similarly, if you want to convert a double primitive double, I mean like double of primitive data type into a wrapper class double, you will follow this syntax. So you will have a wrapper class double written here. You can see that all these keywords are like little bit different. So double is starting with small d in primitive data type, but when it's as a wrapper class, it is capital D or UBLE, and then you can name whatever you feel like. And then this is the syntax. So if you want to convert uh, anything into like double wrapper class, you would have to use this syntax called double dot value of. So this is the syntax, and then the data which you want to be converted into a double type of an object or like wrapper class object. So this is a way to initialize the wrapper class or like change, or if you're trying to take it from a primitive data type, then you have to use value of and do this. So like with wrapper class, I have uh, created integer type of a wrapper class, double, character, and boolean. So I've created all these four types. You can see the syntax of all are like very similar. So whatever type I'm creating, I have to write the type here, dot value of, and then primitive data type value. So it can be a 10, 2, like depends on what you're trying to convert from. So this is how you can convert an integer or like sorry or a primitive data type into a wrapper class object. Okay, so I have converted this four primitive data types into four wrapper classes, um, and I'm kind of displaying them all here. So see, I'm trying to display the wrapper int here, a wrapped double here, wrapped character here, and wrapped boolean here. So this is what I'm trying to do at this part. So
Actually,
yeah.
so but if you're writing out a string or like the full syntax that you're trying to work on, how would that look like in practice?
Oh, sorry. Can you repeat?
So, okay, so if you're writing out a full string, how would this actually look like in practice? So let's say I'm trying to convert like a double
Mm-hmm.
to like an object
Yeah.
within a string, what would that whole syntax look like?
So if I'm trying to convert the value of double into a string, so from this double into something called string here, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, we will be seeing that in like example 2 or 3. So
Okay.
that time I will answer your question. But for starters, we are just trying to see how to just change from the same type into the same type, and then later on we will come with those examples where we are trying to change from string to integer, integer to string, and those things. Okay, so a few
Okay.
minutes and then I'll answer your question. Okay. Okay, so right now I'm doing very simple, what we say conversion, which is from integer primitive data into integer wrapper class, and double and character and boolean. And now let's execute the code. This is very simple. I'm just changing it and then I'm displaying it. Okay. Simple thing. Oh, actually, Toby's question is right here. I didn't even have to go to the next example. Okay, perfect. So I hope this first part is clear for everyone. What we are doing here is like you're just changing from integer into a object integer. That's it. So if someone asks you what is object, what is wrapper class, you can just simply say that it's an object of integer type, or like or like you can convert all the integer type of primitive data into an object and store it in wrapper classes. That's it. A very simple example or like explanation for this. Okay, now the next part. I hope the first part is clear and we are going to the next part. How to convert from string to a primitive type using wrapper class utility method. So like, let's see how to do this. So you have a string type of a variable and you have stored 1, 2, 3 in it. Okay. Now you're trying to convert this 1, 2, 3 into an integer type. So this is the syntax which you have to use in order to convert. So we have converted from primitive to the wrapper classes with the help of the syntax called value of. And if you want to convert a string into a primitive, like which is like integer, now how this conversion will happen is like you have to use this syntax where you're saying that it is an integer value which you are trying to convert this 1, 2, 3 to, and then you're doing a parse integer. So this is like the syntax which you have to use in order to convert your string into an integer first, and then assign it to your integer primitive data type. So this is one. Actually, this will still not answer Tomi's question. Like that will come in future, in like example 2 or 3. But again, this is a way to use. So you have like a string. String is an object here, so string object which you are trying to convert it into first number or like integer, and then store it into a primitive called int. So this is easily possible. I'll run the code and you can see that your number has been converted into. So let me uncomment this. There's something called boxing and unboxing. We will come to that topic in a while, but here I have successfully converted my string into a number with the help of parse int method of integer wrapper class, and this is possible to do. So if I run the code, I can see that my parsed integer value is 1, 2, 3, which is good. And 1, 2, 3 is kind of got converted from a string into an integer at this point. Okay. Now let's run the final. There's something called auto boxing and unboxing. So which is like automatic conversion from primitive to wrapper class and the opposite. So we will see how that is done. Like auto boxing means you're trying to take a data type of primitive and put them into a wrapper class. So wrapper class is like a box. So think of it like you're taking 10 from integer and putting it into a box. So it's called auto boxing. And when you do the opposite, when you take from the wrapper class and put it into a data type, it's called unboxing. Okay, so we will be seeing this small example to overcome that, which is here. So I have an integer. Again, when I say integer, complete integer, it's a wrapper class, right? And if I want to put a value in this, what I'm just doing 100, and I'm adding this 100 into an object called auto boxed int into an integer. So I didn't have to go and do any kind of conversion here, because I can just say 100 and that will be like automatically converted. So what we did here in 2 steps, which is like we did int primitive type and then do integer dot value of, and then we pass the integer type. So instead of doing this manually, like we did it manually here, we can also do it by just this sentence, which is like this statement called integer auto boxed int and 100. That means our compiler is so smart that it will automatically know that it has to do these 2 things. So it will try to add 10 into a data type and then directly assign it to integer. So this will be done internally. You would not see it. However, you can see that there's a value called 100, which is directly assigned to this object. And if you want to unbox something, unbox as in like if you want to take this value out of this object and put it into this, so even that is possible and can be done internally, which is you have to just write int to create a variable and directly assign this value here. So the point where it had to do this integer, sorry, not this one. The point where it had to do this integer dot parse int is kind of done by itself. Like you don't have to do it explicitly. This part of parsing is also done automatically. So boxing and unboxing is done automatically, given that they are of same type. So like because this is of integer and I'm trying to convert it into integer. So that's why it's possible without any of this integer dot parse int or integer or like integer dot value of. Only I mean, like I could do this process of auto boxing or or like unboxing was because I'm trying to convert things from integer to the integer, same thing. So I don't need external or like two sentence to do this process. So I'll run this wrapper class and I can see that everything is working fine. Integer 100 got stored into an integer type of a wrapper class, and then it automatically got stored into int without doing any special stunts or like without doing this parse int. This is, I think this should be clear for now. I'll go with example 2. I'll show all the examples or like what are the different types of conversions which you can do and things like that. And that will give you like more idea on what conversions are there and how to convert things from primitives to wrapper classes.
Shrikant, I see that we were able to convert a string to integer.
Yeah,
How do we convert integer to string?
yes, you will see that now. By the time we do all this we will see all the conversions.
Okay.
I hope so. I think I have created all those types, but if there is not, then I will add one more syntax. Okay, so now next is on this, the second example is for integer. So here you see this is string, 20 is a string. So you're trying to create an integer from a string here. So I have first integer, which is from a number, right? So, and this is a wrapper class. So what I'm doing is I'm taking a number called 10, and then I'm assigning it to an integer type with the help of integer.value of. Similarly, I'm taking a string 20, but this is possible only because this string is of number type. And then I'm trying to assign it to num2. Okay. Now we'll try to convert these numbers into integer value, which is again possible. You have to just write the num1 dot int value. So wherever you have like int value, it will convert the what we say, it will convert the integer into an int value and assign it into an integer, because this is like, even if you don't mention this dot int value, it will still do it because it's of same integer type. But if it was different, then you had to specifically mention int value. We will see them now. Let's see if I have that example in this one. So you have double val, this is of double val, and I'm converting double val into double, which is fine. And then I'm converting this double val back to double. Okay, so this is just conversion of double, or like example where I'm using double, or like showing you guys like how a double would work. So first, with the help of value of, I'm adding it. Wherever you use value of, that is like to create a wrapper class, you will use the value of. And the second type is, where's the second type? Char value is to send it back. So let me decode this formula for you guys. Where's the notes? Okay. If we are creating any wrapper class, be it integer, okay, I'll name it as num equal to integer dot, I'll have value of, and then the value. it could be 10, or it could be int number. I'll just say int num right now because it means like integer primitive data type number, or string number. So it will create this. So this is to create integer wrapper class. But now if I want to convert int, so I want to create int num, and I want to convert from this integer from this, maybe like I'm converting it back. So to convert it back, I have to again use syntax called num dot. So num is required dot, and then int value. And if I do this, it will convert my int value into, it will get the integer value of this and then put it here. So similarly, now this is the formula. Now we can do anything from here. So let's suppose string. But for string, you don't need to do anything. You can, because string is not like primitive data, right? String is an object, so you can write whatever you feel like. I can write this, and I can't convert this though. To convert, let's say, write number here, and now we want to convert that into an integer. So int, and then I'll say int num equals to str dot int value. Okay, so I think this will work where I'm trying to convert a string into an integer with the help of this int value. So this will help me convert. So whenever I want to convert something into an integer, I have to call this part int val. And there's also something called parse int. So I have to see when to use that.
Shrikant, this int value and parse int, these are are these wrapper classes or what are they called?
These are the
The
methods
methods, okay.
of these wrapper classes. So you have to use
Okay.
these methods. So this int val is a method of a string class, which will kind of convert this value into an integer. So similarly, the value of is a method of integer wrapper class, which will convert all this 10, 20, or like different type of things into an integer value. So these are like the classes which are already written and methods which are already written, and you'll be using them
Okay.
in your code.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
To convert
you.
it, and you need this strings or like this object type of variable. You're like, why did even wrapper class come into place? Like wrapper class came into picture because you have to operate on them in collections. So for collection, you'll see there is something called array list, linked list, hash maps, hash set, and things like that. So they cannot operate on these primitive data types, and
Okay.
hence you have to use a wrapper class to operate them. And also there is one more thing, which is like primitive data types, you can't store like null value and pass them around, right? You can't store like byte to be null, short to be null, int to be null, or long to be null, and then pass around. So if you want to pass things around like from one place to another, in one class to another, you might need a value for all this. You can't pass like null in this. But however, if you try to pass an object of integer, short, and they can be null. So that was like most that was like required in order to, I mean, that was the requirement. So that is also one more case why wrapper classes came into picture.
Okay.
Okay, and so we know the value of an int val. So we have completed this part of what value of an int val is. Now we'll execute this code to see the same. What I'm doing here is creating a number from value of 10 and then changing it back into an integer using int val. Similarly, I'm taking num2 from here. I mean, like it is just showing that it's done automatically. That's it, the first part of the code. Second part of the code shows this exact same thing for a double type of wrapper class. Third part of the code does show the same thing for Boolean types. So you see Boolean takes value of true and false only. So I can write this false using string also, but again, I have to do this value of and store it. So this is the formula. So you have to learn the formula and make sure that you use it properly. So similarly, then the example is for CHA, character type of wrapper class. So I'll run it. I can see that my number is 10 and 20 gets converted properly. Similarly for double, for Boolean, for Boolean, it's taking true and false and then displaying true and false in primitive. So I have just created like 5 set of same things, but like different variables. So that is in my class 2. Then we'll go example 3. We will see what this one says. Okay. So now in third class, we'll say that the example which I was explaining on, like, why do we even need wrapper class, right? So for that, this is the example. Okay. So we are creating a person and the person is storing age in wrapper class integer format. Okay. So be very careful here. So we have a person class which is storing an age of integer wrapper class. Okay. And with the help of this constructor, I'm kind of assigning this value, and this is to display the value. So I'm doing the same thing of a person. So the code is like it will display the person's age, right? But I'm trying to display the person's age with a class called person and person with primitive. So in one, I'm creating an integer of type wrapper class, and in second one, I'm creating an integer of type uh, primitive data type. So whatever we have learned in our past, they were all primitive data types. So we have just never told them primitive data type up until today. So from now onwards, if we try to refer int or long, short, or anything, we will call them as primitive data type. And this class is for the primitive data type where you have private, I mean, the data type is integer int and it's of type private, so access modifier is private for them, which means that it's accessible only within this class. Here I'm trying to assign it with a value age and then display the age. Okay, now I'm creating an object of both of these classes in my main method, so we'll see how. So first one is I'm creating an integer wrapper class called age wrap, passing 30 to it, and then calling or creating an object of person. So when I create this object, it will come to this place person. It will create an integer called age, and it will pass the age wrapper. So person, so it will pass 30 here. Age will be set to 30, and it will display the age of 30. So with the help of this part of code, we will see age as 30. And then second one, we are trying to call this second part of the class, which is class called person with primitive. So I'm calling person with primitive and I'm passing a value of 20. And then I'm displaying the age. So at this point, if I run this code, I see age as 30 and age as 20. So that means my wrapper class and my primitive data type class both executed successfully and I'm getting these as results. But the difference between wrapper class and primitive data type is this. So see here, I'm passing null value, right? I'm passing null to my wrapper class, and now I'll see what will happen. So I will run this. So if I'm passing null value, I can still pass it. I can call it, I can display it null. But same thing now, let's try to do it with primitive data type. So instead of sending this, I'll send null. I can't even send null because it's, let me, so even if I don't initiate, it will create an issue. So I can't pass null, can't pass like, I can pass 0 because 0 is a number, but I can't pass a null value. So for those reasons, this part came into place. So here, see, there's an error saying that it has not been initialized. So I need to initialize in order to send that. Okay, so the difference between them is that object can have a null value and we can operate it in the same way like how we operate the primitive data type. So second is clear now. I mean, third example is also clear now. The fourth is example 4 is little bit complicated, where in example 4 we are creating, or like we are defining a wrapper class. So now we are saying that we will create a wrapper class which is called like generic wrapper class. Okay, so I'm creating a wrapper class and then I'm assigning a value of type T. Okay, this value can be anything. It can take any values because it's just wrapper class object. Like if I'm trying to create an object of this T, I can create it. So now the class is same like what we did before. It has a private T valve. So T is my, what we say, it's kind of a data type which I'm kind of creating right now. So I'm creating a wrapper class type of object, and this value of T can be anything. It can be string, integer, like you name it, and this value will become that. You don't have to. So before this, wherever you have initialized a variable, it was always of type integer. You can see it was always of type integer or int or anything. But here it is of type T. So that means like you're trying to define it on the go. So when you don't know what type of what type of data it is going to store. It can store like integer or string or anything. So that is called like generic context or like generic wrapper class. So I'm creating that. So I have created a object called T and it's of type private with a value. Okay. And then this is to set my T with the initial value. Again, here I'm not passing anything of type integer, long, float or anything. You see, I'm passing a value of type T. So this is a way we kind of initialize a generic wrapper class and to work with it. This is called getter to get a value, and this is called setter to set a value. So getter and setter, I think I've not mentioned before, but since I have found this, getter means in of your class, if you want to get the value, you will use like getter methods. So getter methods will, what it will do is like whenever you call them, it will return the value of that object instance. So whatever is the value of this value which was set here, it will return that value. And setter is to set this value. I think like whatever the value is here, it will be updated with the help of this set value. We'll see them how to do, how to work on this part. So we have a wrapper class, we have a main method. Now we are creating an integer. So you see, we are telling it to become an integer. So we are creating an object called int wrap, and we are telling it become an integer. So what it will do is like what this line will do is it will make this part as integer, because see, it's just t. We are not specifying what type of value it will take. It we are just saying that it's of t types, and then here we are saying, okay, we want a wrapper class or like wrapper example. So like this class of integer type, and then we are naming the object as int wrapper, and then while creating this object we are passing value 10. So what it will do is, like, it will go to this place, it will tell, okay, instance called int wrapper is of integer type and has value of 30, so this value will become 30, oh sorry, 10. And then you can get the value using getVal. So this method, if you call it, will get the value. And again, if I want this entire wrapper thing to become a string, I can still do it. I will have to use this syntax. So I'll call the class name, I'll send string in it, and then string wrapper, and this, and then this will store a value of hello. And this way, I could set a value or get a value from the same generic class multiple times using integer or a string. Again, I'm not very sure, like this part we are not using much in like real time, but it's always good to know the concept of wrapper classes, like what is wrapper class, how do we use it, how do we work with this, and things like that. We will be learning about lists later on, so I'll not be discussing more about this list for now. But I think you now kind of get a knowledge or like get an overview of what these wrapper classes are and why this is even required. I know it's a little bit too much, but you can relax yourself because this will not be used a lot. Well, I mean, like wrapper class will be used a lot, just the generic concept of assigning values like this will not be used a lot. But the concepts, again, what we see here is definitely used a lot. You need this integer type of wrapper classes for all the things which we are going to learn next. And even in Selenium and everywhere, we would be needing these type of wrapper classes. So this is a important concept which everyone should know. Do we have any questions on wrapper class? We can practice an easy example to make sure that we are getting, to make sure that we know what is this primitive data type and how do we convert from primitive to wrapper class, and then vice versa. How do we convert from string to integer and in integer into a string? So let's practice those parts. Let's practice the other part. So before we go ahead, can you all practice this part where you initiate a
Shri, these wrapper classes are only for the primitive data types.
sorry?
These wrapper classes are only for the primitive data types.
Yes. I mean, like this where wrapper classes in generic was for primitive data type.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think so you can use it for anything else. Yeah. I think it's only for
Primitive. Okay.
primitive
Yeah.
data.
Yeah, because the string is not a primitive data type.
Yes. But so string from beginning, it's what we say. String from beginning is an object. It was never a data type.
Yeah, yeah, it's a class.
It's a class, yes. This example you can practice. I'm sending the same in parts because I cannot add everything in one shot. However, you can take it, you can run this code, try to understand the difference. This is class 1. Once you execute this, I'll be sending information on class 2. Mm, Let me know once you guys have executed that part of the code. Okay. Nice. Okay. So if you want to convert anything to string, you might have to use a function of string called toString. once you use this toString, you can convert anything from integer into a string.
Yeah.
You can use that as an,
And we can use that method like string dot value of.
yeah, you can also do the string dot value of. Let me try that one because we have like this formula which we can use. Both these formulas can be used. So let me see. So,
Shrikant, are the terms method and function interchangeable?
both are same, to be honest.
Same,
Function. I
right?
mean,
Okay.
functions were mostly used in what do we say, in C programming, and I
Okay.
my programming from C. So I
Mhm.
have like my brain sometimes gets confused and I keep saying functions instead of methods.
Okay.
Methods is like concepts of Java, and we should call it method while we are learning Java, but I keep saying function by mistake.
That's okay. I'm also getting some idea of C then.
Yes, yeah. I mean, it's the same thing.
Okay.
Functions are exactly same as what method does. Like you can pass values to it,
Mhm.
and then it will do some operations. It will return the like output of whatever you have, whatever you want your method to say, so things like that.
Okay.
Okay, so what were we doing before this? Like we were trying to convert using string dot value of.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try that. String and str val2 equals to string dot value of, yeah,
Integer. Yeah.
well, okay. So I think this works fine because
Yeah, it will work.
it will find, yeah, it will work fine because there's no error. So this way we have all the parts covered using string dot value of. Okay.
And we are printing out string value to
Oh,
str value
sure.
to.
Two. Perfect, yeah, and it works. Oh, it does not work. Why doesn't it work? Main unresolved compilation problem.
No, you are using capital V.
Oh,
Yeah. Now it works.
okay. Yeah, it works.
Yeah.
So we have seen all the types of conversion here.
Yeah.
So if you want to convert anything from anywhere, Java is there. You can convert it.
So using value of is also like we're creating a wrapper class. Or
Using value of is equivalent to creating a wrapper class. Uh, since string does not
because
come in wrapper class, I don't know if we can call it that way. But
Yeah, string itself is a class actually.
yeah, string itself is a class. So I don't know if I can term it as a wrapper class.
Yeah.
But if you can term it, then yes, you can term it as a wrapper class. But like, I don't think so you can term it as wrapper class because
Yeah.
wrapper class like specifically was designed for all these bytes, short, integer, long, float, double.
okay.
Yeah. So
Yeah. String is already a class. That
correct.
class has the method value of.
Okay.
Oh, here, if you are using integer in a caps I, so that is you are creating a wrapper class because int I and t small is a primitive data type. So all the primitive data types start with the small
Small.
letters.
And it has like a value of int instead of complete integer. Yeah. But again,
Okay.
don't confuse yourself a lot by all these conversions. You should just focus on knowing that there is an integer
Yeah.
type of a wrapper class, which is an object version of your primitive data type. and
Okay.
that is required for you to send or like pass values from pass integer values as in objects, and you need objects for your array list, linked list, and collection framework, whatever you're trying to do there. Okay, so that's the only reason the
Okay.
class was introduced and implemented. And you can pass a null value if it is a wrapper class object. Okay, so this is in like a short form, and you should know all the concepts of wrapper classes and how to convert from integer to different types, because that is important for Selenium, or like anything when you're trying to do or like print things. But yeah, I think I have explained everything about the wrapper class. Plus, I gave a um, detailed concepts of wrapper class generic form on how to create a generic form and how you can assign value of integer and string on the go. So you don't have to have a wrapper class like mentioned before into your program. You can have a class with a random value, and then you can assign it with any wrapper class value you want. Like, so I can make it as integer, I can make it as string, things like that. But like with primitive, I couldn't do this part. But with wrapper class, I can make it. Like I can make this value as integer or string. I've shown it in this example. Okay, so for the other parts, I will just copy the code in the notes, and I'll be sending the notes as well. So you can use the notes to practice the other parts, and we'll, because I can't copy all this. Two, three. Example 3, I had some explanation here. Okay, example 2 also has an explanation. Let me copy this explanation. Example 3, example 4. Example 4. I'm just copying it from my teaching notes so that we are all on sync. So all these are like example 3 and 4. All classes are present, all explanations are included. Collections. So the next topic which we are going to learn is on collection frameworks. And after collection framework, we will have JDBC. There are two topics which are pending for today. We'll finish this and wind up complete Java. I will give an overview of framework first, and then we can take a break. And after we come back, we will learn different types of, or like we'll dive deep into each and every type of frameworks of collection. Where is this collection framework? So we had seen Array can store values of similar data types. So as in, like if you create an array of an integer, then all the integer type of values can be stored in an array. And in an array, you have to make sure that you define the size of an array before or like while initiating an array or like while defining an array and then use it. Our collection framework uh, provides an architecture to store and like to store and help us also to manipulate group of objects. Um, Objects can be of same or different types. With the help of collection, we can do operations like add, search, sort, insert, manipulate, delete. So all these are like different operations which can be done. So we'll be seeing how we'll be doing these operations. But for now, we can say collections as a word itself means that it's an architecture to store and manipulate the group of objects and operations which we can do is operations are searching, sorting, inserting, manipulation, and deletion. So I have one of the image. I don't know if I have it here. I think it should be in my desktop. Okay. So collection framework will be, so this is a hierarchy structure of a collection framework, and it is all interface. So as in like we can use this within our class and work with them. So we have the collection interface here, and there are like two types of collections. One is um, so collection are of types list, queue, and set. The other one is called maps. So there are like two sets of collection interfaces. So or like collection framework has like two parts. One would be like collection as an interface, and the other one would be like map as an interface. So we will not be learning everything which is present here because most of it is not required for testing purposes or like a QA purpose. It would be mostly be like development, maybe development purpose. So we will be mostly focusing on lists, set, and map. And in list, we will be seeing an example of how to use array list, how to use linked list, what are the advantages of linked list over array list, and what are advantage of array list over like array itself. So all these are like the different types of list. And then why is this called a list? What type of values a list can store? And how do we access a list? How do we add elements into the list, delete element from the list, and things like that. So we'll be going through those operations in list. We will not be learning vector. We'll not be learning queues. We will be doing set as in hash set. We'll not be doing linked hash sets or linked list. Uh, but we'll be practicing linked list. Sorry, we'll be practicing linked list, and then finally would be map. We'll be practicing hash map, just hash map, not tree map, link hash maps or others. Because this will kind of give you an understanding of like what collections are and how these things help us in achieving results like faster, and how this can store like different objects and things like that. So we will be learning all these after lunch, and that will kind of that, and this is like last topic of Java, but not last topic for today. So the last topic for today would be like how to integrate with Microsoft SQL, and how to work on that, and like is in how to uh, view or execute a query on your server, as in like Microsoft SQL Server, and then see the response in your Eclipse. So we have like few more topics left for today, but like the overall topic would be collection and JDBC connection. That's it. So we'll take 30 minutes of break right now, and then we'll come back and try to practice or like see examples of array list, linked list, hash map, and hash set. Let me see if we are going to learn hash set. Oh yeah, we are learning hash set. So yes, those four things. Okay. So I'll see you all at 2:30 today, uh, after our lunch break. Okay. So we have just discussed everything on collections, on the framework, or just about the framework, on what are different types of collections which we have. So we saw that we have list type of collection, we have set type of collections, and then we have map interface, which is of hash maps and other hash table, tree map, and everything. We'll be just focusing on array list, linked list, hash set, and hash map now. So we'll start with array list. So we can see that array list is of type list interface, and they in turn belong to a collection type of interface. So all these are interface. We will see programming with help of this, and then we'll also see what are like the advantages of using array list, linked list, and things like that. So we'll start with array list. So to define an array list, you have to make sure that you need to import the library of array list. So we have to take it from java.utility.arraylist. So this is required. And then you have to create an object of array list. So it's easy to create an object. So you call it like array list. Array list is the keyword. And then you can create object of type string, or you can create object of type what we say integer. So I can create array list of any type. So I can give, and you can see that here, if I'm creating an integer array list, I'm using integer wrapper class. I'm not using int, I'm using wrapper class. So that's why we discussed everything about wrapper class, because you need to use the wrapper class integer here. Similarly, for you can do this with double, and you can call double type of an object here. So this means like you're initiating your array list with an integer type of object variable, and or like integer type of wrapper class or object, and then object for your array list will be whatever name you give here. Okay. And then array list is similar to what we have in array, but array stores like array stores single type of data, but array list you can store object type of data. And we'll see some examples on how to store element into. So we have initiated an array list now. Okay, now how do we add elements to array list? So that would be our next thing. So to add elements into array list, you will be using a method of array list called add. So you'll just take the object and say add, and then you can add whatever you want to add in it. So since it's a string type of an object, I can add anything. So I can add like Shrikant. By doing this, array list will have Shrikant in one of the places. Okay. And then I can add more elements. So adding elements is with the help of a function called add, or like their method called add, like this one. So here I'm adding apple, banana, orange, and grapes. And then we have a method called size. With the help of size, it will tell you the size of your array list. So if I run this code, you can see that size of an array list is 4 because I'm inserting the 4 elements here. It will not say 3 because it's the size. So it will say number of elements present in your array list. So with this help of size, you will get this output as 4. Now, if you want to display each and every element of your array list, how would you display? You have to use, it has like same feature as your for loop, and you can display elements. I mean, it has to display all the elements, it uses same feature as like your array, which uses like for loop. So what I'm doing here is I'm taking string, and then I'm creating an object, or like creating a variable called fruit, or since it's string, I'll say creating an object of type string fruit, and then the string list is like all the elements here. So it will, what this for loop will do is it will choose each of these elements, or each of these values, so like apple, bananas, orange, and grapes. It will first assign it to fruit, and then it will do the operations whatever is in the for loop, and then it will go to the next fruit value, then the next, and then the next. So with this help of for loop, you can iterate through all the elements of this array list. So this is one way of iterating through each and every element in an array list. We will also be discussing about iterator. That is also one of the methods which array list or any of the lists uses to iterate over all the elements in the array list. So we have seen, so now if I execute this code again, I can see it displays number of elements, sorry, size of my array here. So let me say size of array list. And then it will display the size. And here I'm trying to display elements of array list. Okay. So when I run this code, I'll see size of array list as 4 and elements of the array list is 4. 4 elements are already present here. Then if I want to, so now we know how to add an element into my array list. We know how to get the length or size of an array list. We know how to display each and every value of the array list. Those features are like, or those methods are covered. Now, what if you want to access, say, second or third element, or like second element of your array list? So how would you do? So to do that, you can use their method called get, and then you can give the position. So when you say position, here it means that the number, so whenever there's a indexing which is used, so it will always mean that, so if I'm trying to get the value of 2, right? So I can see apple is at, you can call it as like apple is at 0, banana is at 1, orange is at 3, or you can say it like the element after this number. So if I say 2, that means I'll be displaying the number which is after 2, or the element which is after 2. So 1 is apple, 2 is banana, and I'll be displaying element after 2, so which is like orange. So that's how you read it. Or like if you want to keep things very simple in your head, you can say that this starts at 0, 0, 1, and 2. It will display the second value. So something like that. And how do you remove an element from an array list? It's very easy. You have this predefined method called remove. with the help of this method called remove, and if you pass the value of what you want to remove, your element will be removed. So if there are 4 elements like apple, banana, orange, and grapes, I'm planning to remove banana, then I can remove banana with the help of this method, remove element, and I can print it out using string list. So if I want to print out all the elements, I can just do string list and it will display me, or it will display all the elements of the string list. So I can see here that after removing banana, my elements are apple, orange, and grapes. So this is also one more way to print everything in the list. If you don't want to use the for loop, you can directly print it here. But yeah, again, you can't do any operations with this number because you don't have for loop. It will display whatever is present in the string list or like this array list. And remove this, I guess here and remove. Okay, so we have 2 features that are like 2 methods by which we can remove elements from array list. One is with the help of the string or the element in the array list, and the second one is with the help of index. So index as in like if I say remove of 2, that means it will remove the element after the second element. So like apple is first, banana is second, so it will remove the third element when I say remove as 2. So it's like very similar process as what we discussed earlier for get. So even this remove means the same. So like it will remove the third element, which is like after 2. So always be aware of that part. Then I can print it here. And then I can also search in my array list if apple is present in the array list or not. With the help of contains method, I can directly check if apple is present or like whatever I'm trying to search is present in my array list or not. If it is present, we will get an output as like, okay, item is uh, present, or it will say like false. So it's like Boolean kind of a function. So true or false. So see, it says, does the apple exist? And since it exists, it says true. And the final operation would be clear. If you say string list dot clear, it will clear your list. So at this point, your list is completely empty. You don't have anything left in your list. So these are like the array list features which you have. And array list is again predefined class used for dynamically storing all the elements. You can store like duplicate elements, as in like you can store apple twice. So those are like the important features of array list. And see, you can store apple twice. Then your array list maintains the insertion order. So the way you insert into the array list, the orders is kind of maintained, as in like it's not sorted, as in whatever you entered in like third position will always remain at the third position. So your insertion order is always maintained. And with the help of methods like add, remove, and insert, so add, insert, and remove elements, or you can add elements into an array list, remove elements from array list. Now, why do we use array list? So with the help of array lists, it's easy to store or access and data. And also it's easy to sort as in like arrange an element in like ascending order or descending order. It's easy with the help of array list. And with array list, it's also the accessing data becomes like very fast, and your execution becomes uh like the operations take like less time complexity than arrays. So these are like the array list features. We can practice them all. Let's create a class and work on this. Let's create a class called array list array list example. Have the main in it, does not matter at this point. Make sure we all create an array list of type string. So let's do this. Okay, where are we? I'll give this syntax. This is the syntax. Make sure you create it as well. And what you have to do is try to add 4 members in it with the help of this feature called string add, and add like 4 names. I'll just add my name here. So you have to add like 4 names. So the example of, or like the syntax to add is here. After which I want you to find the size of your list. To find the size, use the method size. And I can either display this because size has a return type of an integer. So you can either store it in an integer called size, or you can directly display. It's up to you. That out, I hope we all are practicing this part. So we can add the size. It will display the list. And I can I need to add more numbers to do more operations. So let me add here. So we see these 2 operations. What are the other operations? Now let's try to get the second element output, which is like after comma, so QA learning should be your output. We are doing this in order to learn the method dot get. And you can pass the index to. If I run this code, I can see that my array list has 3 lists, and my third element I can view, and it is QA learning. Let me try to search. So I'll just do system out of println. And I'll say string list dot contains. So you see, if I write C, I'll get all these features of it. I'll just say contains, and then I'll look for string, and I'll check if Kumar present or not. String dot auto print. What is the error? Syntax error. Oh, so I'm checking if this value contains. If it is, then contains method test. I'm checking if it is present in the list. I run my code and I say, and it says yes, true. Now I'll try to remove an element. I'll try to remove Shrikant from the element or like the list. So to do that, I'll just use the object string list dot remove an index. I'll name it as. If I do 1, it will delete Kumar. So let me do 0. Maybe it will delete Shrikant. Okay. I'm just trying to display all the values now, which are left finally. And then I run the code and I see the array list. My first name has been deleted and my array list is Kumar and Q11. That's it. So any questions on array list, like how to assign or like how to initiate an object of array list, how to add values, how to, or any operations in array list? We'll be looking at one more example, but I want to know if everyone is understanding what the basic is of array list and how do we add values into this array list and how do we retrieve values and things like that. And did everyone finish writing this code plus executing this code? So this is my full final code.
Sorry, Shri.
Yeah.
So, cause I'm using IntelliJ because I've always had issues with Eclipse.
Okay.
So, writing out the code, when I do the string list, I'm getting like an error. So, but the suggestion from IntelliJ is to use string array list. That's basically the same, or do I have to use string list?
I need to check in order to say or like give any feedback.
Okay.
So I'll stop sharing. You can share your screen first and then I'll see what's the array. Did you
Okay.
import array list or not yet?
I imported array list, but I got like an error. So
Okay.
that's why I was like, okay, maybe there's something I need to do, but I didn't want to fix those errors yet until I completed the whole code.
Okay.
Just in case that maybe the other codes would import something else that it's missing or would identify an issue.
Correct. So you can share your screen, then I'll check quickly
Okay.
what is missing.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Let's see. Oh, we are okay. So you have imported. Okay. Can you maximize this window? Okay, yeah, thank you. So you have, oh, your class name is like same as array list. So can you change your class name to be something else? Because array list is like one of the keyword. So change your array list to maybe array list example or something else. So you can do refactor, rename, yeah. And then the best thing about doing refactor and rename is what happened? It didn't do? There's no new screen?
So no, I've done that. So it says rename. When I did that one, this is all
Mm-hmm.
it's telling me to do.
Or maybe you're just sharing one screen, so I don't see any
Oh,
child
so
window.
I'm going to reshare and show you my full screen.
Okay, sure.
That's better. Okay.
Oh yeah,
So
now I can see. Perfect.
yes. So this is the first one when I try to do the rename. So we have this here, rename to array list 2. And then
Yes,
when I go to the next level, it brings up this interface here and tells me to rename the variables with the
correct.
name.
I
So it's
mean,
going to change.
okay. I mean, you don't have to do the second part.
Okay.
Yeah, you can cancel this part because you don't need to do this.
Okay.
The first, oh yeah, it did the work. But it changed because it was assuming wherever you have used array list,
It's picking from that
yeah,
instead.
so you can change in line number 11 as just array list. Remove the 2 from here, yes. And also from the last array list, yeah, remove 2 from there as well. And perfect. Now everything should work.
But I'm getting this error then.
String variable. Okay, let me check quickly. Can you take this thing off
But
here?
is it possible that it's because the import is inside the class instead of outside?
It's inside the class? I didn't check
Yeah,
that.
it was in between public class and
Oh,
yeah,
no,
it
no.
was. Yeah.
Your import should always be outside your class. It
Okay,
should
so I'm
be
gonna
right
move it up.
below the package, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, now I can't see your screen anymore, so maybe you stop sharing.
Oh, I did. I thought you wanted to start sharing again. That's why. Okay,
Oh,
so
no. I was telling that since you clicked on what we say, the bulb icon,
sorry.
everything was showing up. So I thought I wanted to see something down. But if you try to, oh, yeah, your import is inside your class, you have to take it out. Yes, please paste it there. And I think now all your errors should
So
be
yeah, this one is gone.
okay.
So let's see what this is. I'm not sure
So
why
now
this.
your this name is different than your string array list name. So it should have same name as your object. So you have created object called string array list. So you
Okay.
might have to copy the same. Yes.
Oh,
Perfect.
there we go. So
You might have to remove
yeah, sorry. So let's do that instead.
small t. Okay, now
Perfect.
everything's fine. Perfect.
Thank you. Thanks,
Yeah.
Anselm.
Yeah.
No worries.
Okay, now I'll start sharing again. Okay, you can add all this list elements and then you can execute. So I'll explain this part in Paint also in order to make sure that we're all on the same page. So file new. Oh, I have to do file new launcher. Okay. So what it does is when you do this part where it's like create a string list, what your compiler will do is it will create one space and then it will call it as string list. And since this is of array list type, your compiler will know that okay, they are trying to create an array or like list to store all your elements. So first time when you store something, it will create a space and then it will save my first name. And then again, it will do the same thing and then the same thing every time I'm trying to add something. Okay. And it will keep adding whenever I add something. QA learning, etc. And then if you try to find out the size, it will at any given point, it will count the number of elements here and it will give you the size. If you try to find out the string or like get to, then it will just take the number after this number and it will print that number or like whatever is present in that value. So it will print the third element whenever you try to get to. So you should always know what's the meaning of that. With the help of remove, you can remove all this element. So if you say 0, that means it will remove 1. So element which is located at 1. And then similarly, if you want to remove the second element, you can pass 1 as the value. And then it will remove these elements from the array list. And then your whatever is left will be your final array list. You can practice this code. And we'll move to the next array list question. I think I have covered most of the functionalities here of simple array list. Okay, except one. What if I want to add something in between? So you see my array list says Kumar and QA learning after all removal and addition and removal and after everything. Now, what if I want to add something in between Kumar and QA learning? So how would I do that? So to do that, again, we have to use our object. We can do add again. See it. Let me just do add dot add. You see, we have this function which says index and string element. So I can do this part also. So I can do an add. It will ask me the location where I want to enter. I'll say 1 because I want it in between these two. And then I'll call it Shrikant. Then I'll just display this entire array list. So with this, we can see that our list will have Shrikant in between. So you see, with the array list, you can do everything. You can add into an array list, you can remove from array list, you can view any element you want with the help of contains, with the help of index. If you had to do the same things through your array by itself, then you might have to use, or you might have to use like all the what we say. You might have to use for loop in order to view all the elements, but like you can view all the elements even without for loop. But how if you want to do any kind of operation, you might need a for loop. But here this one is little bit easier in those cases to add a value or to retrieve a value. Those things are very easy in array list and where compared to array.
Can we add a scanner?
Sorry,
A scanner input like
you want to
Mhm.
add into an array list through a scanner.
yes.
Yes, you can do that. To do that, first you have to create a for loop or like a loop saying which will accept your input, and then in each loop you can pass this parameter and ask whatever user has entered, pass that string here. So using a while loop or for loop, I mean I will say for while loop. So if using a while loop, you can take this input from user and keep passing it into the string dot add, and you can do it. It is possible with taking input from user also, because it's nothing but like you're just uh, accessing a string and then you're storing the string.
Okay.
But if you want me to write it up, that
Yeah.
code I'll write it up in some time
Okay.
after I explain this everything, or like this entire code. So we are done with array list. We'll move on to the next list. But before even moving on to the next list, I have prepared some comparison between between array list and the normal array, what are the advantages and disadvantages? The first one is the size. So array list has or like you can say comparison between array list and array. So first is fixed size versus dynamic size. Your arrays have like fixed size, and but whereas your array list is of dynamic size, it can reduce the size or increase the size on the go. The objects are in your array. Let me say this. This one, okay. And the second one would be primitive. Data type of element versus this one has like object. So you're passing objects here. The third is type safety. This is very important. Let's see one example of type safety. So they say that array is arrays are not type safe. And linked list, sorry, array list about type safe. We'll see the explanation of this now. Before moving into linked list, which is, do I have example of type safe? Actually, I can add it this string list dot add 23 4. So this is called type safe. So as in like if you have a string type of an array list, and if you're trying to enter an integer type of a value, your array list will not let it enter, and it will say that the method add in string in type array list string is not applicable for the argument int. That means like you cannot add a different type of element in this. This is not possible with the help of I mean, your compiler will try to stop you here, or like not try, it will stop you here. I will not let you do this. But if you take any array as an example, uh, in array, you can add the element and your compiler will not stop you, but you will find an error when you're executing your code. So this is example of type safe. Now array list is type safe, so you can be worry free about that part, that an integer will be stored in an array list. So that is one. Now we have covered all the comparison as well. We can go ahead with the next example or the next topic, which is where did it go? Okay, now the next one is linked list. So array list is one form or like one example of the list. The next type of lists are linked lists. And we'll see some of the differences between array list and linked list, plus like what extra does linked list have to offer? Let's practice or like see one example of linked list. Array list is done. Close all this code. Array list and linked list are like very same in what we say, in the way we initialize an array list. Similarly, the way of initializing an linked list is very same. You just have to import the linked list instead of array list here, and how we add an element and how we add an element, remove an element, everything is same. But the difference is in how these values are stored in your database or like in your memory. Those things are a little bit different. So we'll see the differences between them, but before even seeing the differences, we will see how to operate with linked list. So the first thing is, how do we add elements? First is like creating an object of linked list. So I'll create the same string type of a variable or a string type of an linked list object with the same syntax like what we have seen before. So I'll pass the syntax. And since we are now working with linked list, you might have to import the linked list from here. You can add an element using add method of linked list. You can add like the string apple, banana, orange, anything. There are some functions which linked list has, which is like add first and add last. So with the help of add first, you can add an element to the first position in your linked list, and with the help of add last, you can add an element at last position of your linked list. So these are like different methods which you would know as you practice or as you keep on practicing with linked list. Then we can display the linked list the same way we display array list. Plus you can retrieve the values of linked list with the help of get first or get last. We will be running this code, but these are like the different methods which we have which comes with the linked list. And some of those methods are get first. Get first will get the first value of the list, and get last will get the last value of the list. So in your list, if you have 10 elements, get first will show the first element and get last will show the 10th element. Also, they have the remove first and remove last type of a method to remove first and last element from your list. And then finally we can display and it also has like contains method to see if a string is present in your linked list, and the final is size to show the size of the linked list. So all these are like the different operations which you can do here. I need to check if we let me see the notes. So all these are like the similar type of methods what we saw it in linked list, array list. So let me run this code and see if we can. Okay. So I have first added 3 elements into the list, then added 2 elements called grapes and pineapple in the first and last position, and then displayed the list. So I can see my list being grapes, apple, banana, orange, and pineapple. Then I'm trying to display the first element, the last element, and then I'm trying to remove the first element and the last element. And then I'm seeing if with the help of contains method, I'm checking if banana is present in my array, I mean linked list or not, and then finally the size. So all these are like the different methods which we can perform on linked list. You can practice this one also. I'll share this code for you to practice linked list.
Shrikant,
Yeah.
can we declare an array list or a linked list with like by listing out the elements,
So your
with
voice
the
is
comma?
too low, Cheryl. Can you
Okay,
can
I'll speak louder.
you yeah, you might have to come close to your mic.
Okay. Is it possible to, can we declare a linked list or a array list,
Mm-hmm.
like how we declare array, like with the commas, listing each element like in one line. Is that
In
possible?
one line. So you're saying that can we uh
Directly.
assign the values directly into an array list?
Right, exactly.
Perfect. I think I'm not sure. I need to check.
Okay.
I haven't done that, so I always added it. So if you pass values here, maybe you can or you cannot. I don't know. So let's check it together.
Okay.
String, if I pass. No, I don't think so. You can pass it. Or like there's a different way to do it. Let me see if I can. No, I don't think so. You can pass the values to this.
Okay.
Oh, maybe you can. Hold on. Apple. No, I don't think so. Or like there would be a different syntax which I'm not aware of.
Okay.
Let me see if this works. Mm-hmm. String is undefined. I might have to check this. Mhm. No, you have to use add as an method to always add it. You cannot do it from here.
Okay.
So it's not like how we initiate array. We cannot do the same here. You have to always create an object first and then keep adding the elements using this method.
Okay.
Again, if I find something which by which we can add, I'll let you know in the next class. But as of now, I don't think so it's possible. Okay, so all these are like the way. So this linked list and array list and all these things are just collection on how to operate with or like how to access and store an object type of a variable. So we'll see what's the difference between linked list and array list now. I copy this part of the code. I hope you all are executing this as I'm sending it to you. So please execute them. Linked list. Example. The advantage of linked list will be that manipulation of list is efficient, which includes adding, removing, retrieving, and checking for elements. It's like time complexity is very nice, and it has like list features also. The list feature is like dynamic structure that can grow or shrink in size. So all these are like the advantage of the list. So linked list kind of uses the linked list, it uses doubly linked lists to store each and every element. So this is like the structure of linked list. It's like if you try to create a linked list, so you can say it like imagine if you're trying to create a linked list, so you will have like an maybe 2 3 elements, right? So you will have like 3 elements. So first element will know the address of second element, and second element will know the address of first element. So this is like how the data is stored in your memory. So this link in array list, like the first one will know where second is stored, second will know where third is stored, and things like that. Third will know where fourth is stored. But linked list is like doubly linked. So first one will know where the second node is, second one will know where the first node is, and similarly second will know where the third node is, and third will know where the second node is, and similarly going on. So this links of like first one knowing the address of second one is called I mean this is what is forming the links, like you see the name of links like as in a chain. An array list is like one way, so the first one knows where the second one is and things like that. But in linked list, it is like doubly linked list. So like both of them know what is, and each and every element here is called a node. So all these are like nodes. But again, these are like very deep concepts. So I don't want you to go in so deep into this. But all the elements what you're saving here will become a node and it will be saved. And the first node will know where the second node exists and vice versa. And hence manipulation in this doubly linked is very easy and very fast. And again, with the help of, and it has like arrays feature as in like it will maintain the insertion order. Yeah, it's like how you insert it will be maintained. Whereas in set, or the next concept we will learn is like called sets. And in set, the insertion order is not maintained. Hence, we always or like we keep giving an emphasis on list to maintain the order and or like the element entry or like insertion number. And again, with the help of linked list, you can have duplicate values. It contains duplicate values. And again, we are saying this duplicate values because set is something which will not be storing any duplicate values. Hence, we are emphasizing all the times that these kind of arrays or like array list or linked list can store duplicate values, and manipulation is faster. Obviously, that's the best thing about this linked list. So anytime where performance of your application is into place, you will always be using um, array list or linked list because that's like the faster way to find an element, to delete, insert an element. And the final is insertion, maintaining the insertion order. All these are like the important features of linked list. Now we will go through some of the advantages of linked list over, or like difference between linked list and array list. So we can say that there are like lots of differences, but I'll not explain all of them for now. I'll just explain a couple of them. So first one is array list uses dynamic array to store elements, whereas your linked list uses doubly linked list data structure to store elements. So this is one of the difference. The second is access time. So you can say that array list has constant access time of O of 1. Again, I have to explain O of 1, which is like time complexity in Java on this is like big O notation on how, or like how much time will it take for or like how much time will it take for one operation to be performed. So for array list to access an item, it takes only 0 of 1 based on the index. I think we can skip this part of like all the differences because this is mostly required for development purpose, and time complexity and everything comes in place at that time. However, I'll finish this part, which is linked list has variable access time of ON. So this is one of the problem of linked list is like when we are trying to search for a index, it has to transfers from given like first linked list till the end of the linked list, because it's all stored, all the data in linked list or like doubly linked list is stored in form of objects. So first node will know the location of second node, third node, and fourth node. So similarly, it's not possible for at any given point to know which element is located at what place. So to find an element, it has to travel from first element till last element. Hence, to find an object, if you are trying to look for an object through an index, it will have to go through each and every element until the index is reached. So what if your index is at nth location or the last location, then it has to go until the last index. So this is the problem of linked list. However, these both are still faster than your array list or your arrays, the one which we have discussed earlier. I'll not be going into other differences because those topics are like very huge and very deep. To explain each and everything like big O of n, overhead, memories, and things like that, it will take a lot of time. And at this point, we don't think so. We need that. We'll go back to hash set. Okay, so hash set is one type of collection variable. We have seen it list, we saw array list and linked list. Now we will be looking at sets and just the hash set. So set, you can say what type of things does set store. So set contains only unique element. And it allows for one null value, but not more in the list. And hence we call it set because like even if you try to enter a same value twice, it will not be loading it. It will still let you enter, but it will not add a new element into the set. So each set will have unique values, the very first thing. It will allow for one null value, but not more than that. And the third thing would be time performance is better for add, remove, and update. So it's like fast. And it does not maintain insertion order. So you can receive whatever elements because it does not maintain any type of insertion order. Like array list, everything they maintained an insertion order. So if you try to find the second element, it will show the same element all the time. But here, since there's no insertion order, anything can be, and how Java feels like it will store elements like that. So these are few important characteristics of hash sets, and we'll see one example on how to declare hash set. So declaring hash set is similar to what we have seen for our linked list or like array list. So here now the thing will be hash set, and then you can pass an integer or like a string object, and everything remains the same. So this is one way to initialize hash set. So let's see an example on and like what different types of things which we can do here. So hash set, like I've initiated my hash set here. Then I can add elements. It's same like add apple, add banana, add orange. So like add method is same here as well. When I try to add and duplicate value, it will let me add. There will not be any error. It's just that my list size will not increase. So let me run this as an example. So you see, I'm adding all these elements into my hash set first. And then again, I try to add apple. And then I'm trying to display my hash set. So when I tried to display my hash set, it just printed 3 elements. It didn't add apple twice. So that means like, that's what when I said like even you try to add and similar element again, it will not add. So that's one of the example. And then I can remove an element from the hash set by just remove method and by passing the value. That way it will remove the element. So my hash set after removing banana is apple and orange. And then I can do the contains part. So it will check if apple is present in the hash set or not. So this is an easy way to check. And then finally my hash set size. So I'm showing the size of my hash set using size method. And the final would be to clear. If I do the option dot clear, it will just delete everything from my hash set, and then it will this, and then I'm finally displaying the empty hash set. So this is example of hash set. You can practice this as well. It's very, I mean, it's similar to what we have seen with array list and linked list, just that it is a little bit different on storing the element and what it can store. So those two things are unique about hash set. I'll share this also with you so you can keep it. This is hash set example. Next is when do we need this hash set, right? Let me, when do we need hash set? We can say that these are suitable in the place where you want unique elements and fast membership check. So like you want quick check on like element which is present or not. So these are the places where you would need that. And also in places where duplicate is not allowed. So yeah, you have to make sure that duplicate values should not be entered. So those will be your scenarios where you would need hash set. Difference between a set and list will be these are very important questions. So the first one will be duplicate. Set does not allow and list allows. The second is ordering. That is unordered. Lists are ordered. Accessing set you can't access with index. List you can access by index. So all these are like the difference which you should know. And the final thing is iterator, which we will be seeing now. So iterator is an interface again, which is on top of collection interface so iterator, with the help of iterator, you can iterate through each and every element of set or list. So we'll see one of an example of how to use iterator and what iterator does. So set and list both can use iterator, but set does not guarantee the order of iteration, and list will do everything. So these are like the key differences between list and hash set or set. And that kind of helps you in deciding what you want to choose for your program. Final would be to see some iterator. I think I have iterator program here. List iterator. Okay, so I have one iterator list which is created here. So iterator is nothing but you're trying to, so first you will have your array list, and then instead of for loop, you will use iterator. So the name itself says like, the iterator is like something which will iterate through each and every element of your list. So like iterator will be like, it will first take the first element of your list, it will then perform like whatever you want to perform, and then it will go to the next and next and next. So all these are like methods of iterator. So like, let's see what are the method of iterator and what iterator does. So it's similar to for loop, but iterator is an interface which is on top of collection and maps. So it's on top of it. So you will see iterator before everything else. So like iterator is so object, and then there is iterator, and then there is like list interface. So you see, so this is your object class, and then it is your iterator, and then you see list iterator. So all this is like the hierarchy. I'll come back to this part where I have my array list. I have added some elements to array list. I have created an iterator. So to create an iterator, I need a list first. So I have to pass my list and tell I want to create an iterator of this list. That way, my iterator will know what are the elements which it has to iterate through. So first I created my list, and then I've assigned an iterator to the list with the help of this statement. And after I have created an iterator, I can iterate through each and every element of my list with the help of hash next. So what this hash next will do is like, it will go and check if there's an element, or like if there's an array list, yeah, if there's an element, if it is present, then it will be true and it will go inside and execute it. But if it is not present, if this is null, then that means your while loop will be terminated and you will get out. So let's run this code and check. So you see, with the help of iterator also, I could easily iterate through each and every element and then display the element. So hash next will say if there's a next element or not, and iterator dot next will kind of take that element and put it to the variable, or you can do anything what you want from that element, or like from that pointer. So it will be like, first it will be pointing to apple in your first while loop. Once this is done, in the second while loop, it will be pointing to bananas and then orange and things like that. So you have hash next is like question of, so when your compiler sees hash next, compiler will see, okay, apple is present or not. Like if it is present, or like some element is present here or not. If it is present, that means this is true. Iterator dot next, this part tells your iterator to shift. So it will take this value and then it will shift to the next one. So this part does the incrementing part, like where you increment an operator value. In for loop and all, you use like for I equals to 0, I plus 1, right? Like for, if you are using a while loop for like 5 elements, then you will have an incremental operator. So this iterator dot next will be that incremental operator. So it will find the next element, and then it will move it will move to the next element. So it will find, right now it's pointing nowhere. It will take out apple, and then it will start pointing banana. It will take out banana, it will start pointing orange. So it will be something like that. And then to remove, okay, iterator dot remove. If you want to remove an element from iterator, you can use remove as the method, and then it will remove that element. So that's it. So that's how you use iterator, and that's the usage of yeah, that's how you use that iterator. What else is pending? Okay, so iterator is good, hash set is good. Now we have a final concept, which is hash maps. Set hash maps. Okay, so maps, again, map comes with the next type of, so one is collection interface, which has all this. The second one is map type of interface, which is this. So map has a very unique feature, which is like it stores values in key and values pair. So you save values in key and value pair. So there are two values which are always being stored. So hash map has two things. One is value and one is key and the other one is value. So you can say there's two things, key and values. And you can see that I can store like string and integer wrapper classes in any of my lists or maps or set. I have always used like a wrapper class. I've never used primitive data type because this is how, or like this is on what it will operate on a wrapper class. So here I can see that I have created a hash map. But before even going to the hash map, let me hash maps. This belongs to map interface, which represents mapping between keys and values. Then we can say that each key is associated with a single value. We will see this. There are methods to manipulate key value pairs. We'll see what are the values like put, get, remove, and more. And let's see the example now. So we have created a hash map using this syntax. Hash map, and you have to pass two values because it stores like key and then value together. So I have this example where I'm trying to store a person's name and the age, right? So I can add like name as in string, age as in number, so integer. So I can add this to this map. So I've created an object called map, which is of type hash map, stores values, store keys of type string, values of type integer. To add an element, I have to pass two values because this hash map has key and values pair. So I pass like first name, I mean like name and then age. So I can add like two or three elements, depends on me. So I've added like three elements here, John, Alice, and Bob. And we can say that hash map allows, oh yeah, and also this is very important, important question as in like interview type of question, that can you store um, null key value, null key and null values? So the answer is yes, you can always allow one null key and multiple null values. So we can you can have like one key value to be null, but you can have multiple values to be null. So like I can have like Shri and like more, or I can have like null in all these places. So all the keys should have like a value, but one of them can have null. But in this, instead of age, I can have many nulls. So like that part. So this is key on the left and values are on the right. So let's see what it means. So hash map allows one null key and multiple null values. So like you can add like as many null values as you want. And then in this, we are trying to display our hash maps, we can get the value of, or like get the right hand side values by mentioning the key. So John is like the key and 25 will be like the value for this. So when I do operation of map.get, it will, I will fetch the value. So this sentence here will print the age of John, and similarly this will print the age of Alice. I can also do the vice versa, which is I know the value and I can try to find the key, which is also possible. So we can check if the key exists with the help of contains key, and there's also the other way. So here we are checking if the key exists in our map or not with the help of contains key. So the syntax goes like map.contains key and pass the name. So I'm passing, if I pass Bob here, it will check if Bob is present, and if it is present, it will give me the name, or it will say name not, or like it will say Bob doesn't exist. With the help of remove, I can remove a key value pair completely. With the help of size object, I can get to know the size of my hash map. And with the help of clear method, I can clear it. So most of the things are same, just few things vary here and there. Like earlier for list, we were adding add to add an element, but here we have put. Rest like get is for getting the key or getting the value by passing the key. So these are like few changes or like few things which are very different here. But the hash map works fine. You can store values like here. I've stored this hash map with John 25, Alice 20, Bob 28, null as key for 1, and then Shri as key for null as value. So this is how a hash map will work. I would like you all to practice this. The more you practice, the better you'll get at hash maps. I know this collection topic is too much, but you might have to practice some of the programs involving all these hash maps to get familiarized with what is put, what is when do you have to use put, when do you have to use add, remove, clear, and those things. So those are very important, and you need to know about these. So this is hash, okay. Hash maps. And don't worry if you have not copied the code, I'll be sending it to you guys today or by tomorrow. And for hash map, your input would be java utility.hashmap. So by this, we finish hash maps as well. And we are kind of winding up with Java, all the topics of Java. Let me see, we have covered everything from, except there's one final topic which is pending. But we have finished this part. Yeah, so we have finished this. Frameworks also. You just have to practice few of the questions from all these different types of list sets and maps. The final topic for today would be JDBC. It's a very interesting topic, and it should not take a lot of time. Okay, the final topic is JDBC and MySQL practicals. Okay, collections are done. Now we have JDBC connection. Okay. So to connect your, so I have my Eclipse as ID for Java, and then I have MySQL server as my database. Okay. So now what I want to do is connect my Eclipse with my SQL server. And to do this connection, we might have to download, or like we have to download a driver called JDBC driver. And since I'm using MySQL here, I would be using JDBC driver from MySQL website. For me to download it, I had to go to this website here. I went to this website here, devmysql.com/downloads, and tried to download this connector. And it's this one, platform independent. I've downloaded the zip version. So once I click on this download, I'll have it downloaded. So I'll be sharing the link as well for you guys to download it, the driver. So you can download your drivers from this link here. Okay. Once you have your driver downloaded, you might have to go to this source. So you see the source, click on right click and do a build path. Go to build path and then go to configured build path. Okay. Once you come to configured build path, you have to go to libraries and do add external jars. Let me show you where I have copied my, if I go to my downloads, I have my JDBC connector here. So I have taken it away. Let me delete this. So I'll download this file and then I will extract to my this thing. I'll wait for it to extract. So once it's extracted, I'll take this path and then I'll go to my libraries. I'll not see this because I've already I will not see this because I've already added it. So here I'll click on add external jars and then I'll go to this place, paste my path and then choose this my connector and open, and after that I'll do apply and close. Once I do this, I'll see that in my folder where I'm trying to execute all my code, a new folder called reference library will be present with external jar being added here. So this is important because this is the file, or this is the jar which will help me connect my SQL or like my Eclipse to my SQL developer. I think this thing is same in even in IntelliJ. You just have to download JDBC and then JDBC driver and do the same setup of what I'm doing here. And that way you will also see reference library with this library file. Now we will see how to create the connection. So you have the tool which will help.
Sorry, Shri, I got lost there in trying to connect it. So you said file build path.
Sorry, file. Yeah, so you go to this source, then you go on build path, and then you have this configure build path. Did you see this configured build path?
No, I don't see that on my own end.
You don't see it. Are you selecting the source from your project?
Yes, I'm using IntelliJ though, so I don't see the build path to even begin with in source.
Okay. Can you share your screen, please?
Okay.
I'll
Mm.
see. I can.
Anselm, while you're doing that, which one did you download for your Mac?
You mean the IntelliJ?
No, the connector, the
Uh,
SQL. Which one did you download for your Mac?
I picked the one with the preferred what's the name again? Let me just share my screen first.
Okay.
Mhm.
So I picked the one with the platform independent.
Okay, thanks.
But you have to choose the second one. Don't choose the tar. Choose the zipped version, the second one.
Yeah,
The
yeah, I picked the zip version.
Yeah, no, because tar you have to do different process in order to make it work. Okay, so let's see here. Click, do a right click, yeah, and see build what.
I don't see build path as an option.
Yeah, you don't see it at all, but you do see external libraries. What are those?
External libraries. What?
No, just outside of this. Can you go back? Or like, can you go to the collection by itself? Yeah, you see so much extra, so many external libraries. Okay, no, never mind. Can you go to your collections? We'll see if it is present there. Yeah, and
Okay.
they don't have build path here also.
Yeah, I don't see build path.
No, okay. Configure build path or collection open refactor files. Okay. No, I don't see it either. I think I have IntelliJ. Let me check.
Hmm.
Because I did work.
Shri, after download, we have to unzip that and store it inside the Eclipse workspace.
No, you can store it anywhere. You just have to call it
Anyway,
from there.
okay.
IntelliSense, IntelliJ IDE. I had it before, but not anymore. Let me see if I have it. There was a time when I used to work with IntelliJ. Oh no, not anymore. I need to figure out like how to set up yours. Can you do a right click again on SRC folder? Yeah, let's see if we see anything else. Okay, hold on. Usage, find in files, replace, analyze, refactor, bookmark, no formatting, no. Rebuild, open and repair, compare with model. Hey, click on, no, rebuild will not do it. Can you click
Model.
on settings? I want to just see if, I just want if there's any build path.
Sorry, settings. That's on top.
Yeah.
Oh,
Or, okay, hold on. Yeah, can you click on build? There, yes, that one. Build
okay.
project, no, will also not do. I need configure build path.
Mm,
Hold on. Can you go to files? Let me see all these menus. Maybe somewhere it's there. Class, project, structure, repair. No, can you go to edit? No, edit won't have. Go to code. Nope. Can you go to refactor? Build. Okay, run.
The build.
No. Run.
Uh,
Run will not have it. Okay, let me check here. Nope. Tools. Build path. Okay. I couldn't see it. Hold on. Let me quickly do Google search on it. How to configure. What was the problem with Eclipse with you guys? You cannot install it in your system?
it's just not very, I don't know, I don't find it very comfortable. That's,
Okay.
yeah.
But for me, it wasn't like comfort. Mine was just I downloaded Eclipse. I used it for some homework, and then it just refused to open again. I uninstalled it, reinstalled it, and I kept having the same issue. So I just decided to move to IntelliJ permanently.
Okay, that's fine. Can you guys press Control Shift Alt and S
Just
in
right here.
Windows or on Macs or like Control plus? Oh yes, it's called like, so the thing is this, or like go to File and then click on Project Structure. Go to File, click on Project Structure. Yeah, click on this, and then go to Libraries or like dependencies. Do you not see dependencies? No.
No.
No, okay, so switch to dependencies tab. Do you see any dependency tab?
No. I just see libraries and
Okay. And libraries also you don't see anything, right? Can you add new project library?
so
Okay.
Java.
No. It says switch to dependency tab and click plus at the bottom of the dialog box, but I don't see dependencies tab itself for you. I see. Okay, hold on. Go to modules. Okay, wait. Can you go to modules?
Yeah. Oh, there's dependencies in
Dependencies,
module.
yeah. Now try to add plus.
So new module.
Uh, Collection. Go to set a library or a directory that you want to add. No, you
Oh,
see a
you're
small.
supposed to click plus under the
Yes, just below the
dependencies.
module SDK.
There
Yeah.
you go.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
correct. Yeah. Add jars and directories. Correct. And then choose the thing where you have downloaded. Did you unzip it?
Yeah, I did. Okay, I'll stop sharing. I'll just go and find it now.
Yeah, okay. So I want
Thank you.
Tomi also to know this, so or else that she'll be finding it tough to figure out.
So it's
I don't know what no, it should be something else. You have just downloaded it. Go to your downloads folder in a different browser and then you will see it.
yeah, this is my downloads.
No,
So
no. Oh, you have to see it from this small screen. Can you not do the file explorer from anywhere else?
I can.
You can.
Yeah.
I said like open the file explorer and then see where you have downloaded.
Okay.
And that way you will know the name and that way you can open and put it here.
Oh yeah, you're right. So the name is MySQL connector.
Correct, yeah. So come here and try to search for MySQL connector and then try to add it.
Okay.
I was planning to to buy MacBook, but seeing all these issues, I think I will not buy it
No,
anymore.
Shri, it's not as bad as it looks.
Okay.
It's not as bad as it looks.
Which makes everything so tough. Okay. Where
My
Actually, we need to add only the jar file.
yeah, you have to open that folder and then add only the jar file. You don't have to add like MySQL, complete MySQL.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you sure you have downloaded it in this place? Because I don't see it here. Oh yeah, it's here, it's here. You see the zipped? Did you unzip it? Correct.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you see the jar? Click on the jar on the right side, yes. Click on the jar. Yes, perfect. And then open.
Okay.
Perfect. You have done.
Do
And
I
apply and press
close?
OK.
Okay.
Press apply and press OK. Do press apply and OK, okay?
Okay. Done.
Okay. Now I think you should have it.
Okay.
Do you have MySQL developer?
I have MySQL Workbench, but I'm still trying to figure out how to use it here because I couldn't download the latest version. So I'm struggling with that as well.
Okay, like sure. Um, okay, then you still have to configure your MySQL. So you have to first go and configure your MySQL in order for everything to work here of whatever I'm showing.
Okay.
Go back to those videos where you download your MySQL and you install it. So do that part first and then do whatever I'm doing today. Then it will all
Okay.
work for you. Okay. But your dependency is taken care of. So as soon as you install your MySQL workbench and have a small database in it, connect it, it will start to work.
Sounds good. If I
Okay.
have any issues, I'll email
Oh yeah,
David.
you can email me and then I will share those issues, or like we'll get on a quick call and I'll show you how to fix that.
No problem.
Okay.
Thank you.
Stop sharing your screen so that I can. Perfect. Um, so yes, so the first thing is having the dependencies, and then your reference folder libraries will have this. So once that is taken care of, I'll show my database quickly. I have created this database and I've sent you guys the file also to create this database. If you guys remember when I was doing or while we were learning our sequels. So I've sent you a file. I think Cheryl, Priya, and Monal might not be having that file. So I have one database here. You can create any database, it does not matter. This Skyla comes as an inbuilt database for MySQL Workbench. So you
Yeah.
can have even this, does not matter. But for our session, I've created this classic model tables and all this from a file. I can share that file, you can run it, and this database will be created for you.
Okay.
Yeah, but or else like even this Skyla works because for you, you just need to know how to connect to this server and how to query it here and see all this data in your Eclipse. That is the only thing which we are going to do. So I'll show how I'm connecting and what are the requirements to connect to this SQL developer, right? So we know the application, as in like this is the API kind of application program interface which helps you connect your Eclipse or your IntelliJ to your MySQL workbench. So that's the first step. Where's my notes? Where's the notes? Practicals. Okay. So whatever I have done right now is it is in a diagrammatic way. So Java JDBC is Java API to connect and execute query within the database. And JDBC API uses JDBC driver to connect to your database. So the driver which we have downloaded right now will help us to connect our Java application to the database and to send any queries. So we will see how to do that. So again, a brief introduction on database, which is like database is used to store data in all the tables. And we have SQL language, or like SQL is the syntax by which we can talk to database and get a response from database. So there are like few things like data manipulation language, as in like um, update, insert, delete, those kind of queries, which will be performed on your database. DDL is definition where you try to create table, uh, create columns, update table, update columns, so things like that. So that is data definition, where you try to do something on the definition. Then there's something called data control language, which is like your select, where you're trying to select the data from the results. I mean, select the data from the table and then filter the data. So those things. And the final is transaction language. This I'm not very sure of what this is, but other things are very important. So I don't know what this is transaction.
Transaction language is kind of like we are giving the permission to access the database. That is, we can give the access to them and revoke the access.
Okay, to revoke and grant access. Okay,
Yeah,
so those
yeah,
things
that
will
is
be
that is
okay. Those things would come under transactions. Then okay, I was thinking transactions to be like one state to another, maybe that one. So I was not very sure of. But yeah, if it is on granting and revoking access, then yes, it could be on uh those uh, those parts. Now going to next one is database component. So you have CLI and GUI and data server. So database, you have three things. GUI is your this interface, what you see here. What is client CLI? CLI is something new which I've seen. I need to make sure what CLI is. CLI in database. Oh, command line interface. So database client can be in both the format. So there are times, so your database itself can be present or can be installed anywhere. You can have like a GUI, as in like this is Workbench GUI, to access your data or to do anything which you want to do with your data. So this is your GUI, so you see all the data here. But there's something called CLI, which is like command line interface. So you can also access your database with the help of command prompt. So CMD, with the help of CMD, also you can connect to your database, you can send queries, receive the response. So you can have the database clients installed somewhere, and then you can have both Workbench or like command prompt to view those data.
Yeah, Shri, I have just seen like a DCL is giving access and revoke, grant and revoke. DCL, data control
Control
languages.
language is that?
A transaction is kind of like a rollback to the back, and we can save some of the point where the
Okay, so like okay. So if DCL is grant and provoke.
yeah commit and rollback is transaction control.
Okay, so commit is nothing but like when you try to make an
Yeah.
update into your database.
Yeah.
Which is like you run a updates query, you try to delete something, and then commit will try kind of make your database store all those values with perfection. I mean, it will tell, okay, without committing your whatever you have updated your tables to new values will not be saved. It will just be visible to you, but it will not be saved in the server itself.
Yeah.
So you need to do commit for those purpose, and then you have to and the rollbacks is for opposite of commit. Which is like when you don't want to commit your updates or deletion or anything. So those comes in DCL. Oh, sorry, DCL is grant and revoke. DCL is commit and commit and rollback. Okay, perfect. Nice, good to know this. I was thinking control to be a select statement. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's called select was also some kind of
Select is, I think select is in the manipulation. I think by definition is only the, we are playing with the schema structure, creating a structure and everything. The
DDL
definition.
is creating manipulation.
Manipulation is select, I think. Select will comes under manipulation.
Right.
We are,
Okay. Yeah, it select could be there, but I saw, yeah, select is 1 pound of DML. Okay. I think I read it somewhere incorrect, this DML of select part, and that's why I got confused. Okay, select would come into data manipulation part.
manipulation, yeah.
Okay. I read it somewhere like incorrect, so pardon me for that. And there I studied that to be present in data control language. So that's why I was confused. Okay. So yeah, select comes in DML. Data definition is perfect. So DCL is grant and revokes. TCL is
Commit and back.
yeah, rollback. Okay, perfect. So all these are like DB stuff.
Yeah.
And then we have CLI and GUI, the way we can access the database and like view and perform operations either through your workbench or through CLI. And the final is database server. Database server can be anything. It could be your Google, you could be your Oracle, it can be Microsoft or any type of servers you can take. You can have it in your system, which is you can install the server in your machine and then have those tables and everything created in your machine, or else you can take subscription of all this Google or Oracle and things and have it present in their server. So those two are the options which you have for database server. But you have to host it and it has to be active, connected to internet, make sure so that everyone else can connect to it, or else only you will be having access to that if it's not connected. Then there are 4 steps which are very important to connect to a database. And so you have to connect to this database, you have to create a statement, then you have to execute your queries, and then you have to close the connection. So there are 4 steps which it takes for someone to connect to a database. So you have your Eclipse, you have to connect your Eclipse to your MySQL or database, and then you have to send a statement or like prepare a statement first, which is like preparing your SQL queries, and then you have to execute those SQL queries, and finally you have to terminate the connection. You cannot leave the connection open. You have to make sure the connection is closed. So we will be seeing all these 4 steps now, one by one, um, with the help of example. So I have created, so my workbench, I'll try to quickly show you what my workbench connection looks like. So this is my workbench. If I do edit connection, I can see everything here, like all the details. So my host name is localhost, my port is 3306, and my username is root. So all these are required in order to connect to my SQL server, right? So I'll go to my this Java program or like Eclipse, and I'm trying to create this connection. So for creating a connection, I need to know the host name. So I created a string called host name, and then I'm passing my host name from here. So my host name I've taken from here and it's localhost, right? So I'll copy this part here, host. Then my port, I have 3306, so I have copied that here. My username is root, my password is root. So I'll be mentioning root username and password here, and my database name. This is also very important because in my server or like in my database, I can have like multiple database. So if I go to my database, I'll close this because we know what this is. I'll connect to my database. So in my database, I can see that there are like multiple DBs. Let me show this here. Let this open up. So I have multiple database here. So one is called classic models, one is Scylla, one is Sys, one is World. So I have like 4 databases here. In that, I want to connect to classic models. So hence I have to give my database name, and I'll be storing my database name in a variable string of type string. And that will have my database name. So all these are very important parameters, which I will first find out and write it and store it into a variable. And after that, I will create a JDBC URL. You can also, even if you don't create it here directly, you pass it here, it's also fine. But I prefer creating it here uh, because you have like lots of variable names and it's better to have it prepared like earlier. That way it will just improve the readability. So what I'm doing here is I'm creating my JDBC URL. URL is nothing but it will use this to connect to the JDBC. So what my URL is, so this is syntax. So this is my JDBC driver, and I'm connecting to MySQL, the server. If it was like Oracle, then I would need Oracle instead of MySQL. So MySQL is from Microsoft. So I have JDBC, this is MySQL, and then it will have this double slash. And then the host name. So host name will be like localhost. So it will copy over this localhost here, and then it will have this colon, then it will have the port number 3306, and then it will have the database name, which is like classic model. So this is a string or like the URL, which has to be of this format in order for you to connect successfully. So that is your first step, which you have to do is first find your JDBC URL. The second step is to, I mean, like even if you don't create your query here, that's fine. So second step is to or like even this is still the first step, I would say. You're still trying to establish a connection. So I'm trying to create a connection now. So to create a connection, you have to create an object of connection. And all these are present in like java.sql.connection. So you have to import this part first and then use an object of connection. Then driver manager is what is this? So this is collection. So driver manager is present inside the connection, and then you will be passing all your details of JDBC URL, database, your username, database password, and everything through this driver manager through get connection method. So this is like a syntax which you have to use in order to create a connection with your database. Okay. And once the connection is created, then you have to use that connection object in order to run or do or like run statement or do anything with the statement. So this is the first part. First part is connection. Connection, you will be making connection with the help of JDBC URL, which you have formed here. You'll be passing your password and sorry, username and then password. So this statement, once when this get executed, it will go ahead and it will connect this Eclipse with your MySQL workbench and say, okay, connection is made, and you can access this connection with the help of this object connection. Okay. So now what I will do is now the first part is taken care. My connection is established. And now my second part would be to create a SQL statement. So now how do we create a statement? So like creating a statement or before even creating a statement. So now what you have to do is like to perform any operation, right, on the database, you have to create or like there's a class or you have to create an object of uh, um, class called statement. What this does is um, it will kind of help or it will tell the SQL server. So once a connection is done, you have to create a statement from that connection and say, okay, I'm trying to create a statement now. And with the help of this statement, so this statement will be responsible for running or executing any SQL queries in future after connection is made. So statement is will be kind of your driver who will go to who will take your query to this place. It will kind of, virtually it will paste your query here and it will press on this execute. So that's the work of connect statement. So connection is to form this connection. Statement is to get your SQL here and then run it here. So that will be your statements work. So again, to make this statement work, you have to tell, okay, I'm creating this statement with the help or on this connection. So you have to pass this connection and then create a statement from it. So this is how you have to read it, or this is what it does. And the final is you have to execute your statement. So you are creating your query somewhere here. So query is like my first simple query, select everything from customer table. So this is my query, okay? And I want to run this. So I'm storing my query in a string variable called query, and then I'm keeping it here. And in this line, Okay, and then there is something called result set. So result set is again a predefined class which is used to handle all the results which we are getting it in which we are getting it here. So in our um, so when we try to execute this query, we see this is the table which is generated, right? So now this table will be sent back from our SQL server to this place, to our Eclipse. So now something is required to handle that the table. So to handle the table, there is an class called rule set, oh sorry, result set. So you have to create an object of result set, and that result set will store the entire table in itself. And now, once the result set is stored, you can access that result set, uh, or like you can perform some operations on the result set. We will see operations now, but I want everyone to be on same page of what these four parts are. So first we uh, created the connection with the help of JDBC URL, username, and password. After that is creating a statement, or like, yeah, from this connection, you have created a statement. Then you have executed your query. So this query, execute query will go take your query to the Microsoft SQL. It will execute the query. It will have the result, and then it will take the result back and it will store the result in result set. So this should be clear by now. Final is now you're iterating over each and every row from this result set, and you're trying to do some operations on it. So I have like so many columns here and so many records, right? So now I'm trying to see what it does. So while result set dot next. So what this line does is it will take your result set and imagine it's pointing at the first one. So it's checking if there is any record present in the result set or not. So if there is any record present, it will go inside, and then it will see, and then it will do some operation. So what I'm doing here is I'm trying to take column name or like column customer number. I'm taking that value and it's of type integer. So I'm taking that integer value from result set and I'm storing it into a variable called column1 value. So in my result, you will see something called customer number, customer name, right? So I am taking this customer number and then storing it into this integer variable. So similarly, this is like column1. So like one column I'm doing this, and then I'm storing customer number, and customer number is of type string. So I'll say get string. So that means like it will know that, okay, I have to take this string value and then store it into this string value. And finally, I'm printing it out. So this while loop will print the first row, then it will print the second row, third row, fourth row, until all the all the rows are kind of taken care of. So that will be done here while displaying the results. And the finally, I said like once a connection is established, all your work is done, you will close the connection. So these are like the four steps which you will do and which is explained here. Uh, the first is creating connection. Second is creating statement. Third is executing queries. And fourth is closing the connection. So all these four steps will remain the same no matter how you connect to a database, from where you connect. All these four steps will remain the same. So I'll save the code and I'll execute this code. So you can see here that the code was executed successfully. The first statement is connected to database. So I have printed here. So once your connection is successful, print that connected to database. So I have printed it successfully connected to database. Second is it will create this uh, connection dot create statement. So once your statement is created, then it will execute the query. So what execute query does is it will take your select query from here and it will execute the query into your MySQL. And after that, it will store the result here. And then this while loop will iterate through each and every record of your result set and try to display whatever operations which you are doing. So if I'm choosing I can choose my column name and then assign those to any variable I feel like here, but we have to make sure that get int and get string type of attributes to be used in order to get like string or integer type of a variable, and then save it here and then display. So this is like one type of query, or like how to perform connection and then execute a query. So this is one type. I have one more example, so I'll show you that one also. I have three examples to be honest, so I'll show them all to you. So first one was SQL. Now, what if you want to perform some manipulation, as in like right now you did some just select query. So again, select is a manipulation. So you are trying to select, but here you are getting something back from database, right? When you are trying to do a select query, you're getting something back from database. But what if you try to update something or delete something? You will not get back anything from database. When you try to update your database, when you run an update query, you will not get anything in the response. So let me quickly do, update, custom update. I'll take this table, update table, set customer name equals to, I'll name as Shrikant, where customer number equals to 168. So this is my SQL query where I'm trying to update, customer number from American Souveniring to this. So let me see if I can. So I see the update is successful, one change, one warning, or like row matched, one change, one and zero warning. So, but I didn't get anything, no response from the database. This is my, what we say, output, as in like my query has executed successfully or not, but I didn't get any response. So in those cases, if I try to have a result set, that means my result set will not be having any values, right? So in those cases, you have to use execute update when you're trying to update a query, or like update a table, delete a table, or like update a record in a table, delete some records in the table. You will be using execute update, or like even insert. So all these things will be of execute update types when you're not receiving anything from the database. Okay. And so what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to delete a customer of 250. 250 I deleted yesterday. So let me delete 268 right now. And then the second query is to find if 268 has something or not. So I'm trying to do that. So my query is simple. It will go and delete from payments customer number 268, and then I'm trying to fetch, or like second query is to see if there's any data existing there or not. Okay. So I'll run this query. So here it says result set is empty. So it already deleted 268. Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm creating a query Q1, or like query 1, which says delete from payments where customer is 268. And second query is to select 268, and to make sure like, that the new, or like the new data set does not have 268. So it is to check that. So again, I'll do the same thing. First, I'll do the connection. I'll create my statement, and then I will execute the query 1. Okay. After executing the query 1, that means like I execute update of query 1. That means like it went to my database, it deleted this, it ran this query 1 SQL, it deleted this record, and then it came back. And here in the second one, I'm trying to see if, so I'm trying to execute the query 2 now. And if there's any, since it's a select SQL, see the difference is here. So for select SQL, my statement will be of execute query type, and for update, delete, or insert, it will be of execute update type. So this is the only difference which you have to keep in mind. For every select, you have to you have to say statement or execute query, run the query, save the result in result set, and finally you can iterate over your result set. You can do operations like if not of result, that means like if it is not null. If it is null, so this is to check if your result set is not null. So if it is null, then it will print result set is empty. If it is not null, then it will print whatever is inside this. So for example, if I take this from 268 to 150, 150, I think I deleted yesterday. So 168 is there. So 268 will not delete anything, but maybe 168 is also missing. So let me see.
Yeah, 168 just you have created. You change them.
168 is present. Let me see why this not sent any error. 168 is present. So let me see why this. Oh, this is different table. Sorry, this is from payments. I have to see what is present here. So 103. So let me see 103. 103. Okay. So now if I do this, then for 103, I see 3 records present. So I will see those 3 records here. So these are the differences. But again, this is like 4 step. The first step is to connect to database. Second step is to create the statement. And then with the help of that statement, you have to pass your query. If you're sending any select query, use execute query. But if you're trying to update, delete, or like insert, you have to do it in execute update. Result set is to handle your results. And then final, don't forget connection.close. This is very important to close the database connection. Without this, it's not good. You have to always close the connection, close the file, and things like that. You have to close the connection. Oh, like even if you try not giving this, will there be any error? Okay, there's no error, but it's always a good practice to close your connection. So this is everything about JDBC. I want you all to practice these different types of JDBC operations. Or like, yeah, or at this point, just connect to database and try to execute some query. That will be very helpful. And again, this, whatever I have taught up until this time, like till today's class, will all be in syllabus for the midterm. So I could also ask questions on this connection thing. So make sure that you even study everything up until today.
Shreed now, temper justice with mercy. Why will you bring to these topics?
Sorry?
Shreed, no. Why today's topics? I'm pleading on behalf of the class.
Oh,
Today's
but yeah, I mean, if you I mean, this is not in my hand. I get instructions from above, so I have to follow whatever I'm getting instructions on.